Hello and good morning.
Check 1, 2.
You knew they were coming for you, Stacey. Welcome everyone to the second T20 International between West Indies women and South Africa women. A West Indian woman alongside of me is Stacey Ann King. Stacey Ann, how did you spend your off day?
Quite in my room, very quiet, very relaxed in the gym, and that was really it.
Oh, that means you're resetted
Yes.
for today. West Indies need to reset, Stacey. A strong question to start. How do they find a win in this T20 series?
Well, probably lose the toss first of all. If you look at the history of these matches that have played in all four, Elias won the toss. They've only been able to win one match. But again, not taking that away, I think they need to possibly just get a bit more wickets in the power play. Those opening pair, they've really, well, Tasmin Britt, she has been the destructor most, and they need to find a way to get her out.
And you say find a way. How is that possible? Is it a case of bowling changes, different bowlers up top? What are you thinking there, Stacey?
Well, in the last match, Haley used, she gave bowlers a 1 over, so it sort of helped because Jazara Clarkson was impressive. She picked up 2 wickets in the power play, which really set South Africa back. But I think what she was able to do is also bring a bit of fear and have Tasmin Britt question her variations and her pace. So that might be another good matchup for today's match.
We take a look up, Stacey. Things looking a bit interesting above. How much might conditions play into today's match?
It might just play a bit because, as you mentioned, those clouds are coming across. But from a West Indian perspective, I think the ratios might just go their way when it comes to rain-affected matches. Because if you look at the history, they've won a number of them against South Africa in rain-affected matches or super overs, so you never know. It's early days.
Stacey is saying conditions might play a part very soon. We will find out. We hope that you join us and we hope that you have fun.
Yeah, fact that they got to 180 all last game. Yeah, they said that the surface was difficult. I think this is the first time we're using this surface at this conference. Stefan, the first time, right? You, brand new. Yeah, brand new surface for the entire tour. So just how different this may play. Yeah. Nah, but they want. Where is better? The reality is, we're in a boat. We're on South Hills. That's all the positive about this. Right on. So they think it works. Hmm? Some boy can pay attention to rather than 19 or not. Some boy ain't noticing it than 19 or not. Surely the boy looking at it. Oh God, the rain is coming. Yeah, it's coming down and the ground staff is coming, but we're waiting on them to get the stumps in. I'm sure he could. We still got a minute? We can still get a minute or we got cover? They said they have to cover. Yeah. Glasgow? Yeah, no problem. Watch me sprinting. I can just reference this quickly and then come here, right?
Point, you're just gonna point.
Yeah, just point to see. Yeah. It's not so overcast anymore. Ayana, set up blazing now.
It's 90% rest, though.
Can you hear it, Gav?
No, I can't hear Gav. Yeah, I can hear you now, Gav. Is this good here now? Yeah. Yeah, no problem. The sun is blazing now. Okay. Yeah. The last time we played here, we played on pitch number 4, and the Proteas scored 183, Tasman Brit scored 98, yet they said it was difficult to play on this surface. The curator said we'll take you to a brand new surface for this tour, and if we get closer to the pitch, you can see there's some preparation moisture inside. It's still very hard, so batting may be good, but I think you won't see too many slower balls very early. Pacers may be a little happier in those first 6 overs. Batters, though, there's still a lot to look forward to. Because the surface is so hard, you still can score 170 plus, and you can be confident defending it. It should be an exciting game. Should the rain stay away, stay keen. Sorry. Yeah. How long was that though? I can't hear the boy. Again.
You had about 10 seconds.
Okay.
How much?
I want to get this so that I can't hear them, so that I could see the count. I lost y'all. How long was that?
It was about 40.
Oh, so 5 seconds. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no problem. All right. Still good here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Ready?
Okay. Yeah, just a quick note about that. Last game we played on pitch number 4, and even though the Proteas scored 183 runs and Tasman Brit scored 98 not out, she said it was quite difficult to score. The curators listened, and they've said we'll take you to a brand new surface today. Overhead conditions may help the bowlers a bit. In the beginning, first 6 overs, the ball may seem wrong. I don't expect to see too many slower deliveries in that power play phase. However, though, if you take a closer look at the surface, it's quite hard, still brown. Batters can still express themselves on the surface. Should bowlers get too full, it's an easy hit down the ground, just 55 meters. It should be an exciting game. Bowlers and batters are probably in the game a bit more today. Sorry. Yeah, tell me, start over, correct? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. How long was that? Oh, whoa. 46. Last game was played on pitch number 4, and the Portia scored 183 runs. Tasman Britt scored 98 runs, not out, and she still said it was difficult to score because it was a used surface. The curators have listened, and they've taken us to a brand new surface for today's encounter. Overhead conditions are a bit overcast, so seamers may be in with a chance in that power play. I don't expect to see too many slower deliveries being used in those first 6. A closer look at the pitch though is still relatively good if you are a batter. You will be excited because it's still quite hard, still quite brown. You can still play your shots, hit through the line, and if the seamers get too full, that was too close again. I gotta get to it.
Go up to the grass in your forehead, in the middle, right in the middle of your forehead.
Because every time I go down, it slides in out my ear, so I can't hear you. Sorry, I can hear you now. Every time I go down, it slides out of my ear.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I got real here.
So you got too high again just now. Okay. Okay. Just take it off. Place was better there just now? Grass? Sorry, just moving some grass from my face. That grass?
Yeah, it's grass. Yeah, good.
Go in, I'll do space. Tell me sweating. I put it in my backward pocket. Music. First T20 International was played on pitch number 4. Protea scored 183 runs. Tasman Britt scored 98 not out. Yet, they said it was difficult to score on a used surface. The curators have listened, and they've taken us over to a brand new surface for this tour. First time this being used, overhead conditions. Music, yeah. Let's hope this is the best one. I can imagine how you feel in that. We good? The first T20 International was played on pitch number 4. The Proteas got to 183 runs. Tasman Britt scored 98 not out. Yet they still said it was difficult to score on a used surface. There were lots of slower balls into the surface that challenged the batters a bit. The curators have listened, and they've taken us over to a brand new surface for this tour. Overhead conditions may mean that it's a bit easier for the pacers in the power play. The ball may swing around a bit, but I think batters, if you look really close at this pitch, it's still pretty good for batting. Quite hard, quite brown. The ball will still come onto the bat, and if you're looking to hit straight, whenever the bowlers get too full, it's an easy hit, just 55 meters down the ground. It should be a keenly contested game though. Bowlers in the game for the first 6, batters, they can push on. 170 is still a score, good score here at UE.
Don't run off.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Mini run off the other day.
He was like, thank you.
We're nearly done.
Mini.
All right, let me go.
So,
How you want me face?
No, you go. Go
come on this side, push it.
Yeah, so that the angle to center. Yeah.
Yeah? Good? Yeah. Genevieve, firstly, congratulations on your first international half century. How do you feel?
Just want to give God praise and honor as always. I'm feeling really great to bring up my first 50 in the T20. I'm looking to double that as well, so, you know, it's a good feeling to keep going on and do more such things like that.
What would you say has been the difference in your batting form for this year?
I should say the hard work, put it in more of the work, you know, getting up the extra early in the morning, putting in, you know, the extra time, going out, you know, back myself. Even that extra 5 minutes, I think, will get even, hit more sixes, hit more fours. So it's all about how you go about your day and about your time for the cricket.
Yeah, how difficult is it for you to be batting so high in the order and still opening the bowling for West Indies?
It's not really difficult. Sometimes it's just the patient. Once you have that patient, you know, your time will come. So it's just not to be relaxed, but wait for that moment to go about it.
You had a stint in December last year. Actually, it was October to December last year. And when you were in Australia, how important has that been in your career for this year?
I should say it's really important. I was just a bowler, trying to be a genuine all-rounder. So you know that, as I said earlier, that extra work have to be going in and put it in. Being down in Australia, it's not easy to be away from your family, but you know, once you stick to your plans and you know you went down there to do one thing, is just to get that thing done, and you know, once you come back up here, is to showcase your talent.
Yeah, and what do you think West Indies need to do today to level the series?
What we have to do is, I think we just have to buckle up in our batting, especially that 1 to 5 batting lineup. They see what the tail-enders can do, or even that middle order. So it's just, if they put that 80 or 100 run just for the back end to just nick it off, will be a good game.
All right, thanks, Janelle, and all the best to you and your side today.
Thank you.
No, I would never guess.
Some people don't talk enough. And they go, I always used to tease the boys early days. They say, yeah, no, definitely. I'm like, that's not an answer. That's just
I'm the one that tells all the stories, so.
Oh, all right. It's about a 30-minute interview.
Might miss warm up.
Can't hear? Oh, there we go.
Hello, hello. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Come a little more to me.
There we go. Nadine, a satisfying win in the opening game. What was the most pleasing part of that victory for the team?
Yeah, I think, you know, first of all, to start off with the bat, I think we were probably a bit under pressure, and I think the way Tasman took the game on was phenomenal. I think it was an exceptional innings, probably one of the better ones I've seen in my career. So, yeah, I think to get 180 on that wicket, I didn't feel it was the easiest of wickets to bat on, and I think the bowlers were clinical as well to back up our batters.
25 for 2, a bit of trouble for South Africa early on. What was the chat between you and Tasman coming in for that record-breaking stand for the 3rd wicket?
Yeah, look, I think, again, she's been in phenomenal form, I think. So she's been pretty confident right throughout the series. And I think for me, it was just kind of to stick it out with her. Like I said, we discussed it probably wasn't the easiest of wickets to bat on, and probably a bit harder to get in. So I think it was just about getting ourselves in and making sure that we had that in batter towards the end. And I think, luckily for us, we had her in towards that back end to really cash in. And like I said, 180 was a really good score on that wicket, I felt.
Brilliant fielding effort, led by you and Chloe Tryon. What has been the change for the team? Because it really looks like it's coming together.
Yeah, I think we're doing a lot of good stuff with Bongs. You know, he's joined us probably a year or so ago, and I think we probably do a lot more fielding than what we used to back in the day. But I think, you know, it's something that we all have to be capable of. I think fielding is such an important part of games, and you can win or lose games just through our fielding. So I think he's been great. He's brought a lot of energy within our side, and I think everybody's starting to enjoy their fielding a lot more. So yeah, it's all about challenges and who's the best fielder at the end of the day, and I think it's a really good challenge within the side.
Big responsibility for you. How do you develop your all-round skills in the game?
Yeah, sometimes it's tough, but I love it. I guess that's the good part about being an all-rounder. Sometimes, you know, bowling doesn't go as planned, and you always have batting to go back on, or even fielding. Like I said, I feel fielding is such an important part of the game these days, especially in T20 cricket. We could see what difference it makes. So I think for me, I love all three the same amount, so that is a great thing about it. So it's just about hitting as much balls as I can, and bowling as many balls to our batters as I can, and fielding, we love diving around when we get to coach Bong. So yeah, it's great to see that all of that is paying off, and we've had a great series so far.
Play well today.
Thank you so much.
Janelle, firstly, congratulations on your first international half century. How do you feel?
Just want to give God praise and honor as always. I'm feeling really great to bring up my first 50 in the T20. I'm looking to double that as well, so, you know, it's a good feeling to keep going on and do more such things like that.
What would you say has been the difference in your batting form for this year?
I should say the hard work, putting in more of the work, you know, getting up the extra early in the morning, putting in, you know, the extra time, going out, you know, back myself. Even that extra 5 minutes, I think, will get even hit more sixes, hit more fours. So it's all about how you go about your day and about your time for the cricket.
Yeah, how difficult is it for you to be batting so high in the order and still opening the bowling for West Indies?
It's not really difficult. Sometimes it's just the patient. Once you have that patient, you know, your time will come. So it's just not to be relaxed, but wait for that moment to go about it.
You had a stint in December last year. Actually, it was October to December last year. And when you were in Australia, how important has that been in your career for this year?
I should say it's really important. I was just a bowler, trying to be a genuine all-rounder. So you know that, as I said earlier, that extra work have to be going in and put it in. Being down in Australia, it's not easy to be away from your family, but you know, once you stick to your plans and you know you went down there to do one thing, is just to get that thing done, and you know, once you come back up here, it's to showcase your talent.
Yeah, and what do you think West Indies need to do today to level the series?
What we have to do is, I think we just have to buckle up in our batting, especially that 1 to 5 batting lineup. They see what the tailenders can do, or even that middle order. So it's just, if they put that 80 or 100 run just for the back end to just nick it off, will be a good game.
All right, thanks, Janelle, and all the best to you and your side today.
Thank you.
Nadine, a satisfying win in the opening game. What was the most pleasing part of that victory for the team?
Yeah, I think, you know, first of all, to start off with the bat, I think we were probably a bit under pressure, and I think the way Tasman took the game on was phenomenal. I think it was an exceptional innings, probably one of the better ones I've seen in my career. So, yeah, I think to get 180 on that wicket, I didn't feel it was the easiest of wickets to bat on, and I think the bowlers were clinical as well to back up our batters.
25 for 2, a bit of trouble for South Africa early on. What was the chat between you and Tasman coming in for that record-breaking stand for the 3rd wicket?
Yeah, look, I think, again, she's been in phenomenal form, I think. So she's been pretty confident right throughout the series, and I think for me it was just kind of to stick it out with her. Like I said, we discussed it probably wasn't the easiest of wickets to bat on, and probably a bit harder to get in. So I think it was just about getting ourselves in and making sure that we have that in batter towards the end. And I think luckily for us, we had her in towards that back end to really cash in. And like I said, 180 was a really good score on that wicket, I felt.
Brilliant fielding effort, led by you and Chloe Tryon. What has been the change for the team? Because it really looks like it's coming together.
Yeah, I think we're doing a lot of good stuff with Bongs. You know, he's joined us probably a year or so ago, and I think we probably do a lot more fielding than what we used to back in the day. But I think, you know, it's something that we all have to be capable of. I think fielding is such an important part of games, and you can win or lose games just through our fielding. So I think he's been great. He's brought a lot of energy within our side, and I think everybody's starting to enjoy their fielding a lot more. So yeah, it's all about challenges and who's the best fielder at the end of the day, and I think it's a really good challenge within the side.
Big responsibility for you. How do you develop your all-round skills in the game?
Yeah, sometimes it's tough, but I love it. I guess that's the good part about being an all-rounder. Sometimes, you know, bowling doesn't go as planned, and you always have batting to go back on, or even fielding. Like I said, I feel fielding is such an important part of the game these days, especially in T20 cricket. We could see what difference it makes. So I think for me, I love all three the same amount, so that is a great thing about it. So it's just about hitting as much balls as I can, and bowling as many balls to our batters as I can, and fielding, we love diving around when we get to Coach Bong. So yeah, it's great to see that all of that is paying off, and we've had a great series so far.
Play well today.
Thank you so much.
for what?
For the to throw to the top. To start the throw.
So my first envision. I don't know yet, 'cause I wasn't planning to walk, but I'll figure it out now. So I am here. But am I stopping at any point? Uh-huh. No problem. Yeah, I can see the monitor from here, yeah. Well, so far we've just had that first T20 International. That was 2 days ago, South Africa. They won that by 50 runs. A pleasure to be here with you once again. The sun is beaming down in all of its glory. We head out, though, to the middle. Samuel Badri, he's there with the captains for the toss. Oh, okay. Oh, No problem. Yeah, run through properly. Okay, no problem. The second T20 International, West Indies women taking on South Africa women at the 3Ws Oval. A look at this jam-packed series. We had the ODI series, and that was won by South Africa women 2-1. Then we came to the shorter format. First game happened on Friday, and South Africa women, they took that by 50 runs. A pleasure to be with you here in beautiful Barbados. The sun, oh, it is beaming down in all of its magnificent glory. It is time, though, for the toss, and we head to the middle with Samuel Badri. Yeah.
Step back, please, for this, I think.
Stacey Ann, you're alongside of me. Stacey, 56 T20 International cap. Describe this moment for us. No, they upstairs. The pop me. Last match, ladies. Let's begin to have a look at it. Let's start with you, Cass. From a South African perspective, what are their takeaways from that win? Thanks a lot, Cass. Stacey. So you want oh yeah, so we go, so you want me to go then Mm-hmm. No problem. I just mean in terms of if I angle it as in I go to Stacey first. We thought West Indies, since that Brits is coming out of the back of this. If I go Stacey for West Indies, come to Cass for South Africa, and then off the back of that, then double down on Brits. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, no problem. So during that conversation and not me actually double down. All right, no problem. All right, cool, no problem. So that happens during. All right, no problem. All right, no problem. All right, perfect, no problem. We're on a new surface today. We're on a new surface here today, and Shakira Selman, she went out to the middle to have an inspection of it. Let's head to her.
T20 International was played on pitch number 4. The Proteas The first T20 International was played on pitch number 4. The Proteas got to 183 runs. Tasman Brits scored 98 not out, yet they still said it was difficult to score on a U surface.
That's the pitch report, that's conditions, but it's time to head inside of the camps. Let's learn a bit more about some of these players.
Genevieve, firstly, congratulations on your first international half century. How do you feel?
Just want to give God praise and honor as always. I'm feeling really great to bring up my first 50 in the T20. I'm looking to double that as well, so, you know, it's a good feeling to keep going on and do more such things like that.
What would you say has been the difference in your batting form for this year?
I should say the hard work, putting in more of the work, you know, getting up the extra early in the morning, putting in, you know, the extra time, going out, you know, back myself. Even that extra 5 minutes, I think, will get even hit more sixes, hit more fours. So it's all about how you go about your day and about your time for the cricket.
Yeah, how difficult is it for you to be batting so high in the order and still opening the bowling for West Indies?
It's not really difficult. Sometimes it's just the patient. Once you have that patient, you know, your time will come. So it's just not to be relaxed, but wait for that moment to go about it.
You had a stint in December last year. Actually, it was October to December last year. And when you were in Australia, how important has that been in your career for this year?
I should say it's really important. I was just a bowler, trying to be a genuine all-rounder. So you know that, as I said earlier, that extra work have to be going in and put it in. Being down in Australia, it's not easy to be away from your family, but you know, once you stick to your plans and you know you went down there to do one thing, is just to get that thing done, and you know, once you come back up here, it's to showcase your talent.
Yeah, and what do you think West Indies need to do today to level the series?
What we have to do is, I think we just have to buckle up in our batting, especially that 1 to 5 batting lineup. They see what the tailenders can do, or even that middle order. So it's just, if they put that 80 or 100 run just for the back end to just nick it off, will be a good game.
All right, thanks, Janelle, and all the best to you and your side today.
Thank you.
Nadine, a satisfying win in the opening game. What was the most pleasing part of that victory for the team?
Yeah, I think, you know, first of all, to start off with the bat, I think we were probably a bit under pressure, and I think the
Sound check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Checking for sound, checking for...
One, two, out. Out 3. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Penultimate match here at the 3Ws Oval and series on the line. Always a privilege to be out in the middle with the captain, Laura and Haley. Match referee, Mr. Akhtar Ahmad, is here to oversee proceedings yet again. Haley, with the coin.
Tails. Tails is the call.
And for the 5th time in succession on this tour, Haley, you've won the toss. What are you going to do first and why?
Yeah, so we're going to have a bowl first today. Yeah, based on history, probably would think to try to change the decision. However, feel as though the wicket does have a slight bit of moisture in it, and there's also some rain around. So putting all the other games aside, we're going to have a bowl today.
Yeah, with the series on the line, you've seen this team for some time now, particularly on this tour. What must you do well today to win this one?
I think just be consistent for longer. I feel like we've definitely played periods of the matches where we've gone really well and just haven't been able to carry that on for long enough. So yeah, just be consistent for a bit longer.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yeah, we have one change. Shonisha Hector makes her debut today and she comes in for Shibika Gajnabi.
What can we expect from Shonisha?
She's a very aggressive player, and I guess someone on debut who's going to come in and have a role where she has the ability to just come out here and be free. So hopefully we see some big power striking and something with the new ball as well.
Thanks for that and all the best.
Thank you.
Laura, if you can just join me here quickly for a chat. You can't seem to win a toss on this tour. What's sort of the thinking then, having to bat again and given the conditions here?
Yeah, I don't mind it too much. I think we were probably looking to have a bat anyway today. It's gone pretty well for us in the past. Well, batted first pretty much every game of the series. So hopefully put up a big score today, defend well later.
Yeah, one of the issues for you guys historically has been some collapses through the middle. With you being heavily relied upon with the bat, you haven't had the productivity, but yet still others have been contributing quite nicely. What do you put that down to?
It's been really nice to see a big team effort with the bat throughout the series. When the top order hasn't fired, the middle order's done really well,
Yes.
and vice versa. I think that's exactly what you want heading into a World Cup year, is different contributions coming from different players, so I'm definitely very happy with that.
Any changes to your team?
No, same 11.
Congratulations and all the best
Thank you.
to this one. Well, there you have it, folks. The 5th time in succession, Hayley Matthews has won the toss, and for 5 times now, she's decided to bowl first.
The second T20 International between West Indies women and South Africa women is happening right here at the 3Ws Oval. A look back at how the series has progressed. That ODI series done and dusted. It went to South Africa 2-1. And in that first T20 International, South Africa women, they won it by 50 runs. A pleasure to be with you once again. The sun, it is beaming down in all of its magnificent glory, and we hope that it is here to stay. Samuel Badri, though, he's out in the middle with the captains for the toss.
Penultimate match here at the 3Ws Oval and series on the line. Always a privilege to be out in the middle with the captain, Laura and Haley. Match referee, Mr. Akhtar Ahmad, is here to oversee proceedings yet again. Haley, with the coin.
Tails. Tails is the call.
And for the 5th time in succession on this tour, Haley, you've won the toss. What are you going to do first and why?
Yeah, so we're going to have a bowl first today. Based on history, probably would think to try to change the decision. However, I feel as though the wicket does have a slight bit of moisture in it, and there's also some rain around. So putting all the other games aside, we're going to have a bowl today.
Yeah, with the series on the line, you've seen this team for some time now, particularly on this tour. What must you do well today to win this one?
I think just be consistent for longer. I feel like we've definitely played periods of the matches where we've gone really well and just haven't been able to carry that on for long enough. Just be consistent for a bit longer.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yeah, we have one change. Shonisha Hector makes her debut today, and she comes in for Shabika Gajnabi.
What can we expect from Shonisha?
She's a very aggressive player, and I guess someone on debut who's going to come in and have a role where she has the ability to just come out here and be free. So hopefully we see some big power striking and something with the new ball as well.
Thanks for that and all the best.
Thank you.
Laura, if you can just join me here quickly for a chat. You can't seem to win a toss on this tour. What's sort of the thinking then, having to bat again and given the conditions here?
Yeah, I don't mind it too much. I think we were probably looking to have a bet anyway today. It's gone pretty well for us in the past. Well, better for us pretty much every game of the series. So hopefully put up a big score today, defend well later. Yeah,
one of the issues for you guys historically has been some collapses through the middle. With you being heavily relied upon with the bat, you haven't had the productivity, but yet still others have been contributing quite nicely. What do you put that down to?
It's been really nice to see a big team effort with the bat throughout the series. When the top order hasn't fired, the middle order's done really well, yes, and vice versa. I think that's exactly what you want heading into a World Cup year, is different contributions coming from different players, so I'm definitely very happy with that.
Any changes to your team?
No, same 11.
Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you.
To this one. Well, there you have it, folks. The 5th time in succession, Haley Matthews has won the toss, and for 5 times now, she's decided to bowl first.
Thanks a lot, Samuel. 5 tosses, ladies. Cass Naidu and Stacey Ann King alongside of me. Let's begin to look at the 2 teams for today.
Yes, South Africa, an unchanged 11, and it gives the coach, Mandla Mashimbi, an opportunity to have a look at the resources in this format. What would have pleased him from the first game is the freedom with which the players played. Even losing wickets up top, the batters took responsibility, and wickets in the power play really set up that convincing win. So good to see the continuity in selection.
And for West Indies, just the one change. Shonisha Hector comes in for Shabika Gajnabi, but just to help that bowling lineup. But she's quite capable with bat in hand. So again, when it's their time to bat, that middle order, she might just step up a bit, and we'll see some of that big hitting that Haley mentioned.
Well, talking about big hitting, that yellow line, it showed us that she will be on debut. 56 T20 international cap, Stacey. What does a moment like this feel like?
Yeah, such a super one, getting her cap from her teammate from Leeward Islands, Kiana Joseph. So amazing for her. She's only played one women's ODI for West Indies, so now getting that opportunity to represent in the maroon colours in T20 format, I think it's a big moment for her and Antigua.
Yeah, certainly a big moment for her and a big occasion if we think back to match number 1 of this T20 International Series. I want to start with you, Cass, looking at South Africa. What are they taking away from that match number 1?
Well, brilliant. 25 for 2. South Africa often lose their way in that middle period. But what would have pleased them is just how well Tasman Brits batted, opening the batting and taking responsibility with a couple of key partnerships, particularly that partnership with Nadine de Klerk. The power hitting from Tasman Brits has become a big feature of her skill set, and 4 of the 5 sixes off her bat. She said it wasn't a great surface to bat on, but let me tell you what, the way she took on the West Indies bowlers, I'd have to disagree with that.
She certainly made it look easy, especially when you think about what she did to Affy Fletcher that over. That 18 came out of it, and she pretty much set up the conversation for South Africa and the platform for what was a fantastic win. Stacey Ann, now on the other side of it, if somebody wins, somebody has to lose. Talk to me about West Indies in that first T20 international. What are they taking away in terms of positives, especially from it?
Yeah, well, definitely Janelia Glasgow, just the way she went about things, picking up some runs at least in the early, well, in their turn to bat, when it was their turn to bat. But bowling-wise, I think that Janelia Claxton and Janelia Glasgow and Jazara Claxton, I beg your pardon, yeah, they were exceptional. They weren't able to pick up wickets in the first few matches, but just the aggression and the change of bowling from Jazara Claxton was amazing. She really did ask some questions of the South African batters, and it's something that they themselves have mentioned that they weren't sure how to play at her. So we might see her once again just be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, well, we saw pace off from her. We saw into the surface. New surface today. Let's head to Shakira Selman to learn about it.
The first T20 international was played on pitch number 4. The Proteas got to 183 runs. Tasman Brits scored 98 not out, yet they still said it was difficult to score on a used surface. There were lots of slower balls into the surface that challenged the batters a bit. The curators have listened, and they've taken us over to a brand new surface for this tour. Overhead conditions may mean that it's a bit easier for the pacers in the power play. The ball may swing around a bit, but I think batters, if we look really close at this pitch, it's still pretty good for batting. Quite hard, quite brown. The ball will still come onto the bat, and if you're looking to hit straight, whenever the bowlers get too full, it's an easy hit, just 55 meters down the ground. It should be a keenly contested game though. Bowlers in the game for the first 6, batters, they can push on. 170 is still a score, good score here at UWE.
Thank you, Shakira. We learned about the surface. Now it's time to learn a bit more about some of the players.
Janelia, firstly, congratulations on your first international half century. How do you feel?
Just want to give God praise and honor as always. I'm feeling really great to bring up my first 50 in the T20. I'm looking to double that as well, so, you know, it's a good feeling to keep going on and do more such things like that.
What would you say has been the difference in your batting form for this year?
I should say the hard work, putting in more of the work, you know, getting up the extra early in the morning, putting in, you know, the extra time, going out, you know, back myself. Even that extra 5 minutes, I think, will get even, hit more sixes, hit more 4s. So it's all about how you go about your day and about your time for the cricket.
Yeah, how difficult is it for you to be batting so high in the order and still opening the bowling for West Indies?
It's not really difficult. Sometimes it's just the patient. Once you have that patient, you know, your time will come. So it's just to, not to be relaxed, but wait for that moment to go about it.
You had a stint in December last year. Actually, it was October to December last year. And when you were in Australia, how important has that been in your career for this year?
I should say it's really important. I was just a bowler, trying to be a genuine all-rounder. So you know that, as I said earlier, that extra work have to be going in and put it in. Being down in Australia, it's not easy to be away from your family, but you know, once you stick to your plans and you know you went down there to do one thing, is just to get that thing done, and you know, once you come back up here, it's to showcase your talent.
Yeah, and what do you think West Indies need to do today to level the series?
What we have to do is, I think we just have to buckle up in our batting, especially that 1 to 5 batting lineup. They see what the tailenders can do, or even that middle order. So it's just, if they put that 80 or 100 run just for the back end to just nick it off, will be a good game.
All right, thanks, Janelia. All the best to you and your side today.
Thank you.
Nadine, a satisfying win in the opening game. What was the most pleasing part of that victory for the team?
Yeah, I think, first of all, to start off with the bat, I think we were probably a bit under pressure, and I think the way Tasman took the game on was phenomenal. I think it was an exceptional innings, probably one of the better ones I've seen in my career. So, yeah, I think to get 180 on that wicket, I didn't feel it was the easiest of wickets to bat on, and I think the bowlers were clinical as well to back up our batters.
25 for 2, a bit of trouble for South Africa early on. What was the chat between you and Tasman coming in for that record-breaking stand for the 3rd wicket?
Yeah, look, I think, again, she's been in phenomenal form, I think. So she's been pretty confident right throughout the series, and I think for me it was just kind of to stick it out with her. Like I said, we discussed it probably wasn't the easiest of wickets to bat on, and probably a bit harder to get in. So I think it was just about getting ourselves in and making sure that we have that in batter towards the end. And I think, luckily for us, we had her in towards that back end to really cash in. And like I said, 180 was a really good score on that wicket, I felt.
Brilliant fielding effort, led by you and Chloe Tryon. What has been the change for the team? Because it really looks like it's coming together.
Yeah, I think we're doing a lot of good stuff with Bongs. He's joined us probably a year or so ago, and I think we probably do a lot more fielding than what we used to back in the day. But I think, it's something that we all have to be capable of. I think fielding is such an important part of games, and you can win or lose games just through our fielding. So I think he's been great. He's brought a lot of energy within our side, and I think everybody's starting to enjoy their fielding a lot more. So yeah, it's all about challenges and who's the best fielder at the end of the day, and I think it's a really good challenge within the side.
Big responsibility for you. How do you develop your all-round skills in the game?
Yeah, sometimes it's tough, but I love it. I guess that's the good part about being an all-rounder. Sometimes, bowling doesn't go as planned, and you always have batting to go back on, or even fielding. Like I said, I feel fielding is such an important part of the game these days, especially in T20 cricket. We could see what difference it makes. So I think for me, I love all three the same amount, so that is a great thing about it. So it's just about hitting as much balls as I can, and bowling as many balls to our batters as I can, and fielding, we love diving around when we get to coach Bong. So yeah, it's great to see that all of that is paying off, and we've had a great series so far.
Play well today.
Thank you so much.
A lot of insights there coming from inside of the camp. Cass, as we begin to get closer to the action, Tasman Brits fired yes, but what's the approach with the bat for South Africa?
It will be the same again. A good explosive start from Laura Wolvaardt and Tasman Brits. A renewed confidence in the batting order will give them more freedom to play their shots. They have targets that the coach sets them, so perhaps they'll look to go better than that 183 in the first game.
Stacey, very quickly, approach with the ball.
Yeah, restrict those impactful overs, pick up wickets in the power play, and you're set on.
Well, Hayley Matthews, she's won another toss, 5 in a row. The question, though, is can it translate into a win here in the T20 International Series? They need it to level it. Live action, it is coming up next.
Yeah, the stage is set for the second Women's T20 International West Indies against South Africa, live from the 3Ws Oval here in Barbados. One change for the West Indies. Shawnisha Hector will be making a debut. Gajnabi has been replaced, and for South Africa, they haven't changed their team from that first win. And once again, the West Indies have won the toss and chosen to field first. It hasn't quite worked out in their favor in this tour, winning just the one game, the first one in the one-day internationals. They need to win this one to keep the series alive. 111 and 111 matches and wickets for Hayley Matthews. And just like she did in game one, will be opening the bowling. Laura Wolvaardt hasn't been as productive as she would have liked, but Brits has been brilliant. Career best a couple days ago, agonizingly short of a century, but she'll be looking to continue her fine form on this tour. West Indies, on the other hand, they'll know how important her wicket is, but also the wicket of the captain. And so early strikes, no doubt, at the forefront of their mind, but a victory is what they'll be after. 183 is what South Africa got in game one, which was way over what the West Indies can manage, losing by 50 runs. And there'll be a confident batting unit, even though their captain Laura Wolvaardt hasn't been scoring heavily. They've still been doing well with the bat. Umpire says play. Almost a wicket first ball. Nice and flighted from Haley Matthews. Maybe just short of her. Yeah, short, way short, but some intent already. Stacey and King alongside me. Stacey, pleasant good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Samuel Battery. Good morning to everyone joining us. An important match for the West Indian women.
Oh, yes,
to not just try and level the series. Just a bit sloppy, and that's what they don't want to start creeping in.
Yeah, she is an athlete, and she went with her right foot to a ball that was going to her left. Let's have a look there. And with her foot and not her hand.
This is probably reminding us that she plays football as well, but this is not the time or the place.
Both opening batters now off the mark, and they'll take a couple overs just to have a look at the conditions. It's a 10 a.m. local time start. There were some overnight rains, so you'll expect a little bit of moisture. It's on a new surface. For the first time in this tour, we're using this particular pitch. The covers were on for a prolonged period this morning, and so there will be some moisture for the West Indian bowlers to work with, hence the decision to bowl again.
Oh yes, Ellie! Watch it there.
3 without loss.
The question for Haley Matthews with her bowling options will be, where does Jonisha Hector play her part? Usually she opens the bowling, but we've really seen a spin on pace. Just out of Claxton, Janita Glasgow. Glasgow has been the feature with the new ball.
Debutant Jonisha Hector. New Winthorpe's in Antigua receiving her cap. This is such a special moment for her. First Antiguan woman to play for the West Indies. Made the ODI debut in 2019. The match was against India at North Sound at home. Haley Matthews spoke about what she brings to the table, Stacey. With the ball, you'll expect some pace, and then with the bat, she is quite explosive and powerful. Maria Abbott, presiding umpire at the moment. Now, you've seen her no doubt before, Stacey. What do you make of Jonisha, and what can we expect from her from your perspective? And as we see the other standing umpire, Nimali Pereira.
Yeah, you mentioned that she made her debut in 2019 for West Indies in ODIs and hasn't really featured after that. She was part of the TWI innovative training program in Tasman, spearheaded by the head coach Damian Wright.
Just over the top and out of the reach of the fielder. Will dribble into the boundary. First 4 of the innings.
It's not a bad ball from her. She's hitting the deck and she's asking Laura Woolvard to play into the leg side. I didn't quite get up a chance for the fielder, which was just a bit too high, but good signs. And she was one of 4 players that went to Tasmania. Cherry-Ann Fraser, Janelia Glasgow, and Kate Wilmot. And the other 3 players are playing in grade cricket in Australia. So I think it was a really good opportunity for her and the others. We saw what Janelia Glasgow was able to present. And if it's anything of that script, we look forward to seeing what she's able to bring in her first T20 international.
Yeah, part of, I suppose, a comprehensive plan to improve the standards of play for the West Indies women's team. But I just want you to have a look at this bowling action and perhaps in the next over give us a little bit of insights into it. Another short delivery. She has 2 fielders on the boundary leg side, that deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. So the plan, I can only assume, is for her to bowl short, given this field, and a straight line. But with the new ball, is that the best option? Slower delivery, so a good end to the over. 9 without loss.
And 6 runs coming off the debutant's over. But good signs for West Indies, able to use her variations as well as hitting the deck quite hard. Yeah, a few rising deliveries. I look forward to see what Janelia Glasgow has to offer as well.
Jazara Claxton, a best of 3 for 39 that came in the last game. And a similar sort of plan. Matthews bowled the first and then she rotated from both ends actually. First 4 overs in that first game. Bowled by 4 different bowlers. If you're a West Indian fan, Stacey, and you're sitting at home, you've looked at this series, this tour, you've been looking at the West Indies team even before this one. There are quite a few positives. Some of the younger players getting an opportunity and doing well. Jazara Claxton picking up those 3 wickets in the first game. Good variations. I think that the skill of the young lady on display was what was the standout. Going down the leg side, so you see someone like Claxton, you see Grimman, and a few others coming through. And when you consider someone like Haley, Deandra Dutton to come back into the team, there's a lot of hope for this team, isn't there?
Yeah, most definitely. You mentioned these 3 youngsters who are playing today. Jazara Claxton, Liliana Grimman, Janelia Glasgow. It doesn't quite get a hold of it. It does hold up in the outfield. And 2 runs ran comfortably. Yeah, you think to yourself with a Chanel Henry, a Deandra Dutton on return, and Afi Fletcher, you might just have a good core of players that can really compete at the world stage. Yeah, Liliana Grimman on screen scored her 50th maiden international 50 in the ODIs against England on debut. So there's a few of them within this setup who has really put their hands up and, you know, just grasped this opportunity to represent. But I think that's just it. How do they get the opportunities? Because you look at an Afi Fletcher who is in her 30s or late 30s, and you think, who's the next player to come to the next left-hand leg break bowler, leg break spinner.
Yeah, we're not trying to get rid of you, Afi. We're just looking at succession planning. We know you still have a lot to offer. And just to expand on that point you're making, for instance, we're talking about exploration, about finding talent, about reset for this women's team, not featuring the World Cup in a few months' time. Aliyah Allen also made her debut in 2019. Yeah, that's gone. Too short and too easy for Laura Vulvat. Another boundary.
Yeah, Claxton just getting too short that time, and Laura Vulvat will not miss out. She scored the first boundary in the first over with a similar shot, and here she is again. The length will have to be important.
Fielder position deep mid-wicket now after that stroke. And this is what they've done well as well. Boundaries, but they've ran well between the wickets. 19 without loss.
And 9 from the second over, 10 from this over as the third one. So from South Africa's perspective, yeah, they might just be thinking that they're getting on with things. Just 8 dot balls and the 2 fours.
A solid start, an improvement on game 1 for South Africa. Yeah, short again. Just finishing that point with her action, Stacey.
Yeah, quite comfortable, an easy run through. Yeah, I just think she has a lot to like, a lot to work with as, you know, the coaches. Starts off slow. I like the areas that she's bowling. Very rare we've seen the ball beating the bat against the South Africans.
Yeah, she just falls away quite a lot. That left foot opens and points towards that point region. No one really appealed. A couple deliveries ago, there might have been something. I thought I heard it, but I didn't get the energy from the field. No one seemed to be enthused about it. Wide delivery. It's a very slow approach to the crease for Shonisha Hector. And then when she gets there, there is an exaggerated pull away to the left with her left foot firstly, and then her body follows. So not everything in alignment moving towards the target. But it's only her first game in this format. I was making the point earlier, Stacey, that Aliyah Allen debuted as well in 2019 in that ODI. And since, Allen has gone on to play 100 international matches. Hector has only played 1, and she's now making her debut. So we speak about opportunities and what's needed for that transition and growth. She's been given an opportunity now again.
And in the squad as replacement from the ODIs for Stephanie Taylor.
And that's in the air. Would result in a couple. So again, good running. And from these two, 25 without loss, 4 gone.
steady start for South Africa women, 25 without loss after 4. Would say a slight change in tactics in this second T20 international from the perspective of Hayley Matthews. I've got Shakira Selman now alongside of me. Another toss, Shakira, with a chance to bowl first from the West Indies. Your perspective on that as we go through this?
Hello, Joel. Hello, viewers. Yeah, she's sticking to what she thinks is their best chance at winning the game, Hayley Matthews. They think they chase better. It's probably because recently bowling perhaps has been their weakness.
Two back on the leg side. Alia Aline is one of those deep mid-wicket cow corner type position. Don't forget, we're still in the power play phase, first 6. Second fielder on the leg side, backward of square on the leg side.
Yeah, good change up. Just too wide on that occasion. But this is where she's been good, Claxton. She isn't afraid to use her variations in pace, variations in lengths, lines. That's been the difference between her and the other West Indian bowlers this series.
What is interesting to note as well is that she's opted for a lot more pace on deliveries in comparison to that first T20 international.
Yeah, in that first T20, she went to a lot of slower balls into the surface quite early. Speaks to her understanding maybe of the conditions today, perhaps the support staff. Yeah, slow delivery going wrong on that occasion, but excellent from Liliana Grimond at deep backward square.
That's something that she actually highlighted. So there was a media session that was held for the players yesterday, and Grimond talked about whenever she steps on the field, she's looking forward to fielding. Height, you're wondering if that was a consideration. But brilliant from Grimond. And she said that's what she looks forward to doing when she steps onto a cricket field.
Yeah, you have to enjoy fielding. You can make an impact in the field, and you heard Nadine de Klerk allude to that.
Catch should be taken. It is the breakthrough, and it's the captain, Walvort, that has to go back.
Claxton gets her for a second time in this series, and yet again it's Jazara Claxton making a breakthrough in this power play phase. Very good hard length, perhaps onto Walvort a lot quicker than she expected, and easy enough for Karishma Ramarat. Captain has to walk back for 16, 30 for 1.
Marizanne Kapp finds herself up the order once again. That experience is what they're looking to bank on here as they look to build out a framework and a structure going forward.
Yeah, this is how Bogart was dismissed. Extra bounce, pace on. Yeah, we felt this would be the option more often than not in this power play phase with the moisture in the surface.
Hayley Matthews to bowl her second. Use of the feet from Britt, something that we saw from her especially throughout that ODI series. Got herself into a bit of a tangle there. I think the length of the delivery, Shakira.
Yeah, certainly premeditated on that occasion by Tasman Brits. Had already made it her mind she was going to sweep. Yeah, a bit too full. Got the left leg in the way, almost could not access the ball. Luckily for her, she got enough bat on it. Yeah, now first T20 International, it was 4 different bowlers used by the fourth over. Today it's 3 bowlers in this power play. 2 overs apiece for Hayley Matthews, Jazara Claxton, and the debutante, Shanisha Hector. 31 for 1 last game. South Africa got to 44 for 2.
Tries to go, doesn't get the distance or the elevation. Matthews the wicket, Claxton the catch.
Yeah, and again the Proteas lose 2 wickets in this power play phase. And again Marizanne Cat fails. Just trying to hit that one leg side. Easy catch for Jazara Claxton, cannot keep her out the game. Cat will be disappointed, goes back without scoring, 31 for 2.
For 2. South Africa. Nadine de Klerk batted at 4 in that first match, batting at 4 again. She's here because of this, looking to go up and over that mid-off position. Can't get it past Jazara Claxton. A wicket in the over and just 1 run. Power play completed, 31 for 2. The coolest shades that you can find around. Maybe not the start though that South Africa were looking for. It's a similar start to that first T20 International. Power play completed, and here is how things shaped up and turned out. Sent into bat once again by captain Hayley Matthews. Hector got her debut, and you would say that she would have enjoyed the start. They would have enjoyed this though. First wicket, the captain, and right after that, Cap followed as well. We've seen this before. Afi Fletcher into the attack. We've seen this before as well in terms of Brits looking to use the feet to Fletcher.
Yeah, she's been courageous when facing the leg spinner. Not afraid to advance. Very often she opts to drive the ball leg side or straight. I'm curious to see whether or not Appy Fletcher goes full and wide from earlier. Dismiss Brits twice going full and wide.
You think about it, Shakira, you think about the runs from that first T20. Brilliant from Appy Fletcher in terms of flight, in terms of pace.
Oh yes, Fletcher!
Very good again. All the runs came from the other end, from Brits. Can they pick up another one here, West Indies? Campbell was convinced, but the umpire was not. How close, Shakira?
Yeah, bat just hit the ground. Perhaps that's what Campbell heard. And Fletcher never went up, so she never felt it was an edge. Good decision from Pereira.
Oh yes, Fletcher!
Now this is excellent. This is a very good start from Fletcher. This is what she went to when she came back for her second spell in that first game. And even in that third ODI. Now she started with this field long off on the boundary, full and wide. Yeah, asking the batters to do something different. Just one from her first over, 32 for 2.
Beautiful scenes of Barbados. Couple spectators here early, early start on this Sunday.
Oh yes, Mary!
Off spin introduced into the conversation now, Karishma Ramarak. And in that white shirt, everyone watches women's sports, and we're watching her play golf. History-making golfer for Barbados.
Stop it, stop it! Hold them, hold them.
Emily Odwin, first Barbadian to qualify for a golf major, played in the 2025 US Women's Open. What a feat that was. Congrats, Emily. We're all proud of you. We certainly are. Seen here supporting West Indies women's cricket as well. Into out is what they would say. De Klerk gets off the mark with that.
Yeah, it has been a go-to shot for Nadine de Klerk across this story when facing Karishma Ramarat. So look at the way she gives herself room to open up the offside. Yeah, just stays leg side of the ball and up and over the fielders on the offside. Really good controlled cricket shot.
Change from Ramarat, gets a bit straighter there. You look at the field, see at the moment, bowling to the tactics, bowling to the plan. A good start, you would say, a good almost 8 with one delivery left. Probably should be a wide, and is.
Yeah, and a wide you can accept because she's being asked to bowl straight with 3 fielders in the deep on the leg side.
Oh, yes.
Good running being shown again. 8 gone, 40 for 2.
Another lovely day in Barbados. Happy Sunday, everybody. It's the second Women's T20 International, West Indies versus South Africa. Lovely start for the home side. Aerial, there's a fielder there. Chanel Henry doesn't make a mistake. And West Indies continue their good start here this morning.
Yeah, it's a massive wicket, really massive wicket for the West Indies. You can see what that means to them. Brits has been brilliant on this tour. They had a couple wickets before, but this one is the one they were really after. And who gets the wicket? Afi Fletcher. Brits goes for 14. South Africa, 40 for 3.
Perfect start for West Indies. 3rd wicket to go, the big fish. Tasman Brits out for 14, her lowest score on this tour. Well, the question is, can the batters take responsibility? 5 bowlers used so far. We'll get a piece from Matthews, Claxton and Fletcher. Young Mia Smith, just her 2nd match, comes in with her side under pressure, alongside de Klerk, also new at the crease. It's an ideal situation for Hayley Matthews and her team. The bowling's been brilliant, the fielding has backed up the bowlers. All going according to plan. Matthew Fletcher, she's got a slip in place for young Mia Smith.
Oh, yes,
One of the key features for South Africa in that first game was Tasman Brits batted all the way throughout the innings. But when you have a fielder like Chanel Henry out in the deep, you always know you can count on her.
Chance at the non-strikers end, perhaps if you throw at the other end. What is interesting though is how they play Afi Fletcher. Brits was perhaps the only player who was prepared to use her feet and to take her on. She is so good with her control. Bowls nice and slowly, lots of loop. And it's difficult for batters to get any sort of pace to work with, particularly if you are batting from your crease.
Brits just got an excellent power game, and we saw how both teams struggled to clear the boundary. She got 4 sixes in that innings in the opening T20. Without her there, how do South Africa gain momentum in this innings? It's uppishly played and falls safe between 2 fielders.
I really do see Afi Fletcher as a major threat now, given that Brits isn't there. This would have been a wide. Batter moved across quite a lot, but because she's not giving you any sort of pace to work with, it's really difficult to score from the crease. Is anyone prepared to advance?
3 boundaries for South Africa. It shows the dominance of West Indies, winning the toss, bowling first, and denying South Africa that quick start that Brits so often gives alongside Wolfhard. Check to the fielder. Excellent over from Matthew Fletcher. 43 for 3.
Such a beautiful island, Barbados, the white sand beaches, the aquamarine waters, the sunshine. And really inviting. Sunday morning, head down to the beach.
Wonderful part of the world to visit. It's a privilege to be here. South Africa, 43 for 3 after 9 overs. The run rate is 4.78. Last 30 balls, 18 for 3. Yes. Another bowler being brought in, Ali Aileen, replacing Karishma Ramharat. Just 1 over for 8. That will clear the boundary. Nadine de Klerk taking responsibility and getting the first 6 of the innings.
Yeah, pace on this pitch, and even though she was hitting into the wind, she made really good connection, helped it on its way. Wonderful ball striking, and early in the over, you know what that means for the bowler, under pressure immediately. In this phase of the innings, they were really good. Over 7 to 15 in game 1. They scored 86 runs and lost just 2 wickets. Can they replicate something close to that? West Indians, though, they've been good with the ball so far. And speaking about the ball, there's a bit of recovery. Lost in some shrubs near to the Walk of Fame here at the 3Ws Oval. Eventually, we've recovered it. But a nice start to the over.
Yeah, and a very animated chat between de Klerk and Smith. New to the game, Mia Smith, very experienced Nadine de Klerk. Speaking earlier, she said she loves all facets of the game. She's a really gritty cricketer and will enjoy this opportunity to show the new coach and just what she's made of in this format.
Hard to get. It's all right.
Must-win game for West Indies, 1-0 down in this 3-match series. 50th T20 International for Hayley Matthews. I should love to get South Africa out for a score that is chaseable and really be able to put pressure on these batters. Here's a catch it. Not afraid to go the aerial route is Nadine de Klerk. I don't want to allow the bowlers to settle. Got 6 off the first delivery.
Yeah, heavier outfield today than before because of the overnight rains. 6 bowlers used by the West Indies to date. So just mixing things up a little bit, Aliyah Aline, in terms of a line.
quick early call. She's got the dive in, but is it good enough?
Yeah, straight to the fielder. So there was a bit of premeditation perhaps from the batter, de Klerk. I wonder if the dive saved her. Karishma Ramarak at that backward point position. The ball went straight to her. Got the throw in. Look at the dive. And that's what saved her in the end. Any young batter looking on, this is what you need to do. But might be in the air just a little bit, so we look to have another angle, but the desperation with the dive. We're seeing a bit of distance between the pitch and the bat. It's not going to be a straightforward decision, but the dive, just the value that she's placed on a wicket and not wanting to get out, I think would be what saves her in the end.
Yeah, right at this point, the bat is grounded. And just to confirm, that saves her, not out, says the third umpire. Her heart would have been beating really fast, Vianney Smith. But it just speaks to the focus on getting the basics right. And that's what this team has been focusing on. Keep getting the basics right. Whether it's in the field or with bat in hand. Almost wicket number 4. Last ball of the 10th over. Single. The end of the 10th over, 10 from it, a good one for South Africa. It's 53 for 3. Time now for the Blue Waters drinks break. Halfway stage of the South African innings after being put into bat. 53 for 3. A rebuilding job for Nadine de Klerk and Vianney Smith.
Yeah, Claxton again getting the wicket of Laura Boulevard, second time in succession. And this is what she brings to the team, her wicket-taking ability. And then Hayley Matthews herself. Claxton with the catch. Marizanne Kapp falling for another duck against this opposition in this format. And the ever-consistent Afi Fletcher in amongst the top 5 wicket takers in this format for the West Indies. 92 wickets. And that's the big one, the one they were after, Tasman Brits.
6 bowlers used. Hayley Matthews has not allowed the South African batters to settle. And a wicket each for Matthews, Claxton and Fletcher.
Yeah, the last opportunity for a run out Miane Smith, right there, she is adjudicated to have grounded her bat behind the crease. The wicket isn't broken as yet, though. Yeah, so when the wicket was eventually broken, her bat was in the air. But because she grounded initially, it means that she cannot be run out thereafter because of that. So just wanted to clarify that for everyone. Good decision from the umpire in the end. Candice Laborde sitting in the hot seat.
Matthew Fletcher to get us underway after drinks. Nice looking shot, and that will race away and reach the boundary for 4. So good innovative stuff from Miane Smith.
Well, that's one way to play Afi Fletcher. We saw Tasman Brits play her differently, advancing this one using the turn, the perceived turn. Very good skill to play that shot, dexterous from high to low, getting the hand over the ball and using the angle. Yeah, during the drinks break, discussions between the coach and the captain, just finalizing what they want to do in this remaining 10 overs.
Well, they were having a chat. Kiana Joseph was getting everyone going in the team huddle, dancing. There was a good energy among the team, and that's what I've appreciated about West Indies this morning. Winning the toss, bowling first, and everyone's just up for it. Good intent in the field. And South Africa under pressure early on. De Klerk has been moving around the crease since she's got there. She can see the funny side to it.
Yeah, this was an early movement. Got the length, but still she almost hit that ball actually on her stumps. That's a possibility with that stroke. How far across she was.
Yes, again, just keeping an eye on the weather too during the drinks break. There's a slight drizzle, but for now it's looking good. Some overcast conditions, but a fair amount of blue skies to keep us optimistic. Five from the over, 11 gone, 58 for 3. South Africa have some good batting to come, so in terms of projected scores, they'll be looking well over 150. Tryon and Derrickson, of course, the big hitters. Now the West Indies want to keep them quiet. Question is, how can these two kick on? De Klerk and Smith. It's a runnable 18 for this partnership. Really about rotation of strike as well. Already faced 35 dot balls, so they don't really want to dot up too much in the first game. 31% dot balls. But early wickets and bowling changes, keeping them guessing. Good rising young talent coming through the South African ranks. Miane Smith, of course, a #19 star, played in the inaugural edition in South Africa. Joseph. And Matthew Fletcher. It's good running between these two batters. Come off the bat.
Yeah, what was noticeable so far in the innings, Cass, is the pace of the bowling from the spinners. Afi Fletcher and Hayley Matthews, they've bowled quite slowly. Matthews a couple overs, just conceding 4. And Fletcher 3 overs, conceding 9. I just think that Ramharak is bowling a little bit too quickly in this situation, in these conditions. So maybe slow it up a little bit.
Nadine de Klerk tries to go big. And fortunately for her, it falls between 2 fielders. And again, showing some aggression.
Now she has that wind to work with, Karishma Ramharak, so because it's that high, it just holds back. On the other side, if she was hitting, that more than likely would have sailed for 6. Yeah, pace again, too quick for my liking anyway, from Ramharak.
I saw when Afi Fletcher was bowling slower, making the batters do all the work. De Klerk wouldn't mind this. Already 7 from the over with 2 balls to go.
Yeah, you sort of want the batters to generate the pace and manufacture it themselves.
A lovely looking shot. There's protection on the boundary. Just a little bit on either side of her. That would have been 4. Nine from the over. 67 for 3.
We expect at some stage to see Chloe Tryon hoping to have a big swing in the middle. Couple family and friends there. Fielding is something that has been discussed. I would say that fielding has been a lot better in this match. Shanisha Hector, the debutante, yeah, getting that hand out, brilliant. A much better position today, Stacey Ann King. What do you attribute that to?
And Joe, definitely those wickets that have fallen, the important wicket of Tasmin Britt.
Fielding strikes again. Captain Hayley Matthew with the hands. Another for Fletcher.
Yeah, something had to give. The pressure was building on Nadine de Klerk. She's been trying a number of shots and haven't been able to get them off. Afi Fletcher has been the major cause of some of her issues, but not anymore. Plays this one up push, and Hayley Matthews holds on. She's disappointed, Nadine de Klerk, but she has to go for 20, a well-played 20. South Africa 69 for...
smiles in that West Indies camp, and they're smiling because of this Afi Fletcher. You would say just back of a length and looking to get a bit of elevation. Good catch by Hayley Matthews. Catching has been good. Fielding has been good. Karabo Misono in the middle.
Debutant Shanisha Hector, you can hear Shamila. Shameen Campbell just saying, let's not mess up, let's keep things tight behind the stumps.
Will not carry, will fall into space.
Creating another opportunity, Nafi Fletcher.
Gone, 71 for 4.
And 4 runs in the over from Karishma Ramharak. Yeah, this was the wicket of Nadine de Klerk. Excellent catch from Matthews. Dangerous Nadine de Klerk. Add to the part.
He's taking in the action. He needs no friends around him. He's here to watch some cricket. Brilliant from Ramarak. Brilliant from the West Indies. And half the side down.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Karishma Ramharak. Previously, she has been a bit too fast with her deliveries. Yeah, possibly just slowing this one down a bit and getting the wicket. Smith goes for a well-played 13 from 13. South Africa lose their 5th on 71. This is excellent adjustment from Karishma Ramharak. Mia Smith advancing and missing completely. Yeah, that conversation possibly worked with her skipper. Just slow things up a bit, lure them into the shots.
Chloe Tryon is here in the middle now. She's known for her big hits.
Scored a quick 16 from 9 in the previous match. Strike rate of 178. That court corner region, that leg side region will be the area that she targets.
An easy single down the ground to get herself off the mark. A much better position for the West Indies women to be in, looking to square the series.
Yeah, you look at the partnerships for South Africa, and 30 being the highest partnership. If you look at the previous matches, you'll take that as a West Indian fielder, a West Indian technical staff. Yeah, that 30-run partnership was from the opening pair, Brits and Woolvard.
Been some time since we've seen a boundary. In fact, 22 deliveries since that last boundary for South Africa. It tells you about the bowling partnerships at the moment.
Yeah, they haven't allowed that run rate to go past 6 just yet. The current run rate 5.28, especially in this middle phase.
Three runs in the over and a wicket, 74 for 5.
This has been excellent fielding from the West Indies fielders, the West Indian players. I think they understand what's required of them. They know the pressure on coming into the second match, needing a win. And Claxton, Fletcher, Matthews, Ramharak, they've all been in the wickets.
Not what South Africa may have wanted, but can they build something of note in the back end of this innings? Seda James and Ashmini Munasar, they seem to be breezing over there. Hayley Matthews certainly isn't breezing. She's hoping that she can pick one here.
Yeah, for them, it's about the phases. They've been able to restrict the scoring. They broke that opening stand partnership. They've picked up wickets in the power play. Much better in today's match. 2 for 31 in today's power play, 2 for 44 prior. And they've put pressure on the South African fielders, bowlers, batters, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it was just good feeling out there. I was just caught up with Aaliyah Allen's effort out in the middle.
Hopefully they put pressure on to the South African fielders when they get a chance. They'll be thinking that and hoping that. Fielding in play again, and you've been enjoying the fielding, haven't you, Stacey?
Yeah, totally missed up everything just now there, but again, the feeling has been exceptional from the West Indians today compared to the first T20, which is impressive as well. That has possibly helped the run scoring in terms of boundaries. Yeah, and then this happens.
It be like that some days, Stacey. It be like that. But when you think about it, this is the phase in which South Africa dominated. It's been, you would say, a good day for them. And ever so often, something slips through.
Yeah, this would be the area or the batter that they're very cautious of because of her ball striking ability. Really does tee off once given the opportunity, Chloe Tryon. So this is good for Matthews, just 4 from the over.
Another tight over completed. 79 for 5.
Last 30 balls, 26 runs for 2 wickets. It's been 29 balls since a boundary has been struck. So really good from the West Indian bowlers.
Has used her resources today. Hayley Matthews rotated bowlers well. can they complete the job? They'll be hoping that they can complete the job. Oh, the flags there, beautiful, Stacey. Catches the cry, does it carry? It does. Grimond has had good hands throughout this series. The flags are waving.
Yeah, the coaches are happy. The plan is going exactly the way they wanted it to. And Chloe Tryon can't give in. Yeah, pulls into the leg side and just settles under it. Young Grimond and holds on. It's a big wicket. And Tryon goes for 4. In South Africa, 79 for 6. Really good to see the supporters all in their numbers. It's Sunday evening, Sunday morning in Barbados, and the flags are out in their glory.
The flags are out. The flags are flying. The colors, Stacey, the colors. You've got to love the colors. Annery Dirksen now in the middle. Stacey, when you adorn the maroon, Stacey, we'll get it after this wicket, because had you been in the maroon, you would have loved this. Tracked it nicely, got into a good position, Grimond. She said she loves fielding, and it is showing. When you had a chance to be in maroon, Stacey, how proud a moment was it to see flags like this just flying around supporting you?
It was always a pleasure. It was always goosebumps raising, paw raising, just to have those supporters. I mean, it's almost similar as to hearing the anthem. You can't not stand at attention, sing along. Yeah, just look at that.
I wanted to sing just now, Stacey, but I'm a talker.
Yeah, sometimes it's for the players just understanding that you're representing the entire Caribbean when you don these colors. He's got everything. He's ready. Good from Karishma Ramharak, just 4 runs from the over, but she's really adjusted, made the adjustments. And previously, co-commentators would have mentioned she's just bowling a bit too fast, so just slowing things up, and she's been able to get in the wickets.
Continues to be tight. That projected score comes down with every dot ball. Now 34 balls since the last boundary. Completes another successful over for the West Indies. 8-4 for 6.
sustained pressure has resulted in a flurry of wickets. South Africa losing 3 for 10, 84 for 6. The West Indies have been right on top of their game today. Claxton now back into the attack. The hallmarks of South Africa's innings in the first game were useful partnerships all the way through. But the key to that was the presence of Tasman Brits. Today, though, South Africa have lost their way. A lot of that has to do with just how well Hayley Matthews as captain used her bowlers, how the bowlers have responded.
Certainly, Cass. More than managing her bowlers, it's the execution to support her decisions. They've been a lot better today, adjusted a lot quicker. And at the toss, Hayley Matthews mentioned that they've been good for periods, but periods too short previously. And you started off this thing by saying sustained pressure. She wanted more consistency from her players, bowlers and batters, for longer periods. They've done it well so far.
South Africa were aided by some indifferent fielding, some dropped catches in that first game. Have a look at how tough it's been. 38 balls since the last boundary. And that speaks to the absence of someone like Tasman Brits, who was happy to make the play in the first game. She's happy to use her feet, go over the top, ask questions of the bowlers.
Yeah, good again. There's that adjustment I was speaking about. In the last game, Claxton went to these slower deliveries very early. Today, she realized Pearson will work in the power play, and then coming back, it's the slower deliveries. That time it was an off-cutter. She said the leg cutter is her preferred choice, but she's good at both.
Ian Campbell, half appeal.
Yeah, perhaps nothing there. The decision again. And player named Mali Pereira, all the way from Sri Lanka.
Another good over. There's just 4 from it with a ball to go. They run the first one hard, and it's kept down to a single by some more good fielding. 17 gone, 89 for 6. Bolfart lost yet another toss this morning, and her team has faced real pressure here, batting first on a new surface, but still it's come down to just how West Indies have been able to execute their skills. And to get rid of someone like Chloe Tryon on the last wicket to fall, and asking questions of the youngsters now to step up. 3 overs to go. Projected score at this rate is 104. You've got to think that is way under par. So how do South Africa find some elevation in these last 3 overs?
Yeah, depended heavily on Brits throughout this tour. Nothing from her today. It's just exposed the middle and lower order a bit more.
And Coach Mandla has a saying, yeah, the wins or learns. He'll be learning a lot about the depth of this team in this format. Great work done in the ODI series in terms of role definition and understanding the blueprint of winning from tough situations. Today he'll be taking lots of notes. You saw him with Mia Naismith when she got out, just having a chat with her about perhaps what she could have done better. And that's good communication from the coach. Played that nicely. Matthew Fletcher will tidy up. Again, thinking of a second, hoping for the miss field. It doesn't come.
Yeah, they've been good all around. West Indies good in the field, good with the ball. And it's just been the support in the outfield that has kept West Indies on top.
Nicely played. Protection on the boundary. 44 deliveries since the last boundary. Again, we talk about that set batter, the opportunity to take the lead in the middle, and that's what Tasman Brits did so well. Whenever South Africa felt themselves in a bit of a situation of a quiet over, she would come back. They haven't been able to get that going today.
Ouch. Yeah, you can hear her grimacing. Ooh, she says. That struck her firmly.
We need to protect the captain, come on.
Well, she needs to protect herself.
I can see you're going to be chirping her at the end of the game.
Yeah, never quite good at football. I don't know why she chose to put her foot to it.
Instinct. Prevent the boundary. They're right on top. Knocked onto the leg side again, just a single. The West Indies won't mind this at all.
Guess I'm thinking take away the runs from Brits. It's more than the runs. It's her ability to have the discussions around what is best, the best way of scoring on surfaces. She spoke about the discussion she had with Nadine de Klerk. And said it was difficult, but they found a way. Good again from Liliana Grimman coming off the boundary. Good from West Indies at the end of 1895 for 6.
Been impressed with how West Indies have gone about their business with the ball. 2 wickets apiece for Fletcher and Ranmarak, but it's just how they've prevented that 4 ball so often in the over. And that's what's created the pressure and made South Africa err with the bat. 3 for 10 could be telling at the end of the game. Final 2 overs is Jazara Claxton. Again, excellent fielding, preventing the boundary of the first ball of the over.
Yeah, they too know how important fielding is. And they all know you can have an impact in the field. They've been putting their bodies on the line every time. It can make all the difference in what you're eventually chasing. But yeah, Aline, she's been excellent across the tour. She's been excellent in recent years for West Indies.
Slower ball, it's in the air on the leg side. It's just been tough for South Africa today. I just haven't been able to get the ball away. West Indies have bowled well, but how about the surface, Shakira?
Yeah, the ball has also held quite a bit in the surface. New surface, Laura Bovart said she wanted to bat as well, but perhaps there's been a bit more moisture underneath the surface than anyone expected. And West Indies, they've adjusted well. Yeah, Claxton, she's mixing it up now. When she's going off cutter, she's starting it wide and asking them to drag it even further leg side. When she's gone leg cutter, she started it straight, knowing fully that it'll grip away from the batters and they'll be playing against that grip. And then she isn't afraid to dig it in and get it high enough to make it difficult for them to make good contact.
Yeah, well explained, and also just shows how smart she is, so mature at such a young age. Rushes the batter this time. I love the way she's mixing things up.
And she's getting the ball through at such good pace as well. Short ball, just look at where she gets it over the helmet, just on target. Yeah, difficult to do anything from there, especially when you're looking to get onto the front foot. She's a step ahead of the batters.
How close was that to being yet another wicket? It goes for 4. Grimmon's down.
Yeah, you hope she's not injured, Liliana Grimmon. Perhaps a bit predictable on this occasion. Went short, the previous delivery short again. Yeah, good effort in the end. You think she misjudged it initially, Liliana Grimmon, but we hope she's okay. First boundary after 58 deliveries.
She's not looking good out there, Brianna Grimmond. She's been excellent in the field. They have the rest of the West Indies team. This is the 5th boundary of this innings. To go with the 1-6. It really has been all West Indies.
Yeah, certainly first wicket fell to Jazara Claxton. Once again, she got rid of the South African captain, and then Hayley Matthews. She was brilliant. Pace off, just bowling the right length and holding the surface. Yeah, and then the big wicket, the wicket you think made all the difference, that of Tasmin Brits. After Fletcher getting 1, then getting 2. Easy enough catch there for Hayley Matthews. Then Karishma Ramarat joined the party. Mayonnaise Smith bowled down Chloe Trayon. She's not been able to make an impact this series. Good catch by Liliana Grimmon on the boundary.
Oh, big question for South Africa. When you lose Wolfart and Brits up top, who takes responsibility with the bat and shepherd the rest of the batters? So if you're looking at a learning that's already come out of this innings, that's one of the talking points, the coach to his players.
Yeah, bowlers for West Indies have been good. 2 wickets apiece for Ramarat and Fletcher, 1 for Matthews and 1 for Claxton.
Fletcher, 15 dot deliveries, tough to get her away. Brits used her feet well to her in the first match. To end the 19th over, 8 from it, 103 for 6. Just making sure she's okay. Looks like it's hit her right in the solar plexus. So 1 over to go. How many more can South Africa get? It hasn't gone well today. They haven't had enough partnerships like they did in the first game. And that's come down to a disciplined effort from West Indies. Hayley Matthews, she'll know just what was required in a must-win game today. The final game coming up tomorrow. It's Ali Aline to bowl this a final over. Rabamisa on strike on 12. The gap on the offside. Protection keeps it down to 1.
Yeah, they'll be looking to get as many runs as possible in this over and hopefully end this innings with the momentum swinging back into their favor. Momentum is a hell of a thing. We saw it in that 2016 World Cup when Australia were ahead of West Indies, and that final over from Deandra Dottin just threw the momentum back into West Indies' favor.
Spot on. 1 good over at the end. Suddenly G's the bowlers up, pick up some wickets in the power play, and the score looks a lot better.
Yeah, certainly they'll be hoping they can get some boundaries in this over. Just 2 runs off the first 2 deliveries. Combined, the batters have faced 32 deliveries, so they've been in for a while.
Again, you look at that high percentage of dot balls, 51 dot balls in the South African innings. Another learning coming out of this. How do you make sure that you keep rotating strike, even losing wickets? So West Indies have just always been able to come back and put the pressure on South Africa.
Yes, certainly. And you'll be disappointed as a team when you've only struck 5 boundaries and 1 6. That's 3 balls before you finish your innings.
The call is for 2. Misu's out of the blocks quickly. Good stuff. But still, as you say, looking for the big hits, not coming. The West Indies throwing the ball to Aline, and she's done well.
Yeah, she has come into this role quite well, Aliyah Ani. Becoming accustomed to having to bowl at this phase of the innings. First over cost her 10 runs, but she's done well in this over.
Catch it. Nearly, but that's a welcome boundary for South Africa. It's the 6th of the innings.
Yeah, just gone a bit too wide on this occasion. Slower delivery into the surface, but allows Annery Dirksen to free her arms. Yeah, valiant effort on the boundary by the substitute fielder, Mandy Mangru, but she was never getting there.
9 from the over, final delivery to come. Annery Dirksen, 20 from 16. Can't get it past Kiana Joseph. There's a bit of a mix-up, and in the end, they get the single. And that's the end of 20 overs. And South Africa, having been put into bat, ended up on 113 for 6. Partnership of 34 from 32 deliveries between Miso and Dirksen. But it's been West Indies morning so far here at the 3Ws Oval. Hayley Matthews won the toss and said, we'll have a bowl first. Early morning rain, overcast conditions. And West Indies made good use of those opening overs, getting early wickets and holding South Africa back throughout the innings, not allowing them to gain any sort of momentum.
Yeah, high fives all over for West Indies. It's the best bowling performance of this tour so far for them, and they'll be pleased and they'll think that they've restricted the South Africans to a score in which they can chase. Debutant Shanisha Hector opening the bowling for West Indies today. She'll be pleased with her returns. But Hayley Matthews primarily, she will be very happy that for once the team has been able to put a complete effort together.
South Africa asked to bat first here at the 3Ws Oval, were in trouble early on, losing both Wolfart and Brits, Cap, and lots of questions asked of this batting order. But in the end, West Indies restricting the visitors to 113 for 6 in 20 overs.
Yeah, highest partnership 34. That last partnership between Miso and Dirksen. Next best 30, but just not enough partnerships for the South Africans to get them to a formidable total.
Disciplined from West Indies bowlers. Matthew Fletcher, you'd say pick of the bowlers. 2 for 13 in her 4 overs. Karishma Ramarak with 2 for 25. Right, let's head downstairs now to Joel Manning, who's got one of the stars.
I've got Karishma Ramarak here with me. Figures of 2 for 25 today. How do you assess your performance?
Again, trying to use the breeze as much as possible. Try to make them hit into the wind. But other than that, I think I started a bit badly for my performances, but I'll take it any day.
Let's talk about how you started. We figured as if it looked a bit flatter from you. You made some adjustments. Talk us through the adjustments that you made in this innings with the ball.
Yeah, I think, you know, in T20 cricket, it can't be too predictable. I've been trying to work on spinning the ball a little more. I got one to spin today, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, let's take a look now at a comparison between that first T20I surface and this second one. Any differences out there in the middle?
Not really. It seems like a good track for batting as well. Once you apply yourself and you play proper shots, you'll be able to execute.
And we look at that 113 on the board. Final question for you. What did you make of that total?
Yeah, I think as a bowling unit, we'll take that any day.
Right. Have a good one out there in the middle afterwards, Karishma.
Thank you very much.
South Africa's lowest score in a women's T20 international since July 2022, when they've battered their full 20 overs. It's a target within reach for West Indies, require 114 runs to square the series ahead of the series decided tomorrow.
Welcome back to the 3Ws Oval here in Barbados, South Africa, being sent in yet again on this tour. They got 113 for 6, a top score of 21 from 17 from Dirksen. A good partnership at the end, at the very end, to get them to that 113. But the bowling from the West Indies today, Shakira, much improved.
Yes, certainly conditions which favoured the bowlers up front, and they adjusted well. Jazara Claxton again dismissing Laura Bovart, second time in succession, and she continues to be a wicket taker for West Indies. Katie Matthews, she was good with her pace and length, not full enough for Marzan Cat to strike her down the ground, and easy catch for Jazara Claxton at mid-off. Fletcher, she was excellent today. 8 for 40 in that last game. Today, she was cunning. Tosser, slow, outside off stump, and asking Tasman Brits to drag it through the leg side. Good by Janelle Henry on the boundary. Then it was Fletcher again. Good grab, extra cover by Haley Matthews. But again, it was just outfoxing Nadine DeClerc. Looking for the slower delivery. This one pushed through, short, and slapped straight to Matthews, extra cover. This was the one where Marat said she spun. She was impressed with this. Spun this one, hitting leg stump. Yeah, really good from the off spinner today. Outfoxing Mianine Smith. And then it was the bay wicket of Chloe Trayon. Couldn't get going. 4 from 7 deliveries. Really good from Ramara, asking them to hit into that bigger leg side boundary against the wing. Grimman excellent on the boundary all day. Saved lots of runs for the West Indies today.
Yeah, bowling then for the West Indies, economical for Matthews and Afi Fletcher, 2 for 13 for the very experienced West Indies leg spinner, a couple of wickets for Ramarak as well. Yeah, they'd be South Africa in pursuit of another series win against this opposition. Target for the West Indies 114, not under a runner ball, so it shouldn't be a straightforward chase, I would think, but it should be one that the West Indies will feel very confident in achieving. Remember that this is a white ball tour. 3 one-day internationals played already. South Africa, after losing the first, came back strongly to win the second and third by 40 runs and 166 runs respectively. And then they won the first in the T20 International Series, which means that the series is on the line. West Indies will be desperate to win this one and to keep it alive. Nice to see the Sunday morning crowd here at the 3Ws Oval, lending support to the players on both teams. Really nice refreshing breeze, shady areas, free entry for everyone. So if you're looking or listening and you're close by, please come on down to the 3Ws Oval to be part of the action. West Indian flags have been distributed amongst the crowd as well. It is a special year for West Indies cricket, the 50th anniversary of that famous 1975 World Cup win. And today, of course, there is a celebration of that later on today, as well as Players Awards in collaboration with Cricket West Indies and the West Indies Players Association. So lots to look out for today. South Africa just in the circle of love before they head out. Just reaffirming their plans. Perhaps what might they be talking about, Shakira, as they head on to defend this total? Lower than, I suppose, expected total, so they'll need to strategize quite well.
Yeah, Hobart will be saying we have to learn from what the West Indians did well. The key thing is to take early wickets. South Africa lost 2 wickets in that power play phase. There were fewer boundary deliveries on offer, and they'll know they'll have to dismiss one or both of these batters early. These 2 are key to West Indies' chances, just like Bovar and Brits at the top of the order. You have to start well, be more disciplined, and perhaps be patient as well. You have to use conditions to the best of your ability. Ball is holding in the surface, maybe pull the length slightly further back, and you're in with a chance.
And one of the things that West Indies did well, their spinners in particular, was the pace at which they bowled. There was some grip off the surface. I don't know if with the sun beating down, if it would dry it out sufficiently. if it would play a little bit differently in the second half. I don't suspect it will change too much though. And so the focus will be on the South Africans, their spinners, and how they go about this defense. This is a positive matchup for the left-handed Kiana Joseph, though she's hitting into the wind leg side. We saw her with a positive start in game 1. And might have pitched outside leg stump. So there's aggression straight away from Kiana Joseph.
Yeah, suddenly pitched outside leg stump. Would have been crashing into the stumps, but remember, it has to pitch on.
Yeah, that's going to be 4. So a similar start for Kiana Joseph in the second T20I.
Yeah, clearly she had been eyeing that deep backward square area. The two fielders in the deep are at deep mid wicket and long on. So this is an easy hit. Ball turning into her, slow. She has enough time to just adjust and play off the back foot. Good from Joseph.
What a shot. What a way to follow up that previous 4. 1 square, 1 straight, full range from Joseph.
Oh, excellent. So pleasing on the eye when she's able to hit the ball straight. She doesn't overhit it. Mid off on the circle, high front elbow, and she just lifts it down to the boundary. Pressure on Malaba now.
Again, pitching outside leg stump. It's good too that she's chosen to take the strike, Kiana Joseph. I've seen instances in the past where you have a left-right combination opening the batting and one particular bowling type which you think is a favorable matchup for one of them, and the opposite batter takes the strike. So simple things, attention to detail, not always it's going to work, but you want to give yourself that best chance. 8 without loss.
Odwin, history maker, first golfer to represent Barbados at the US Open. Yeah, bit of synchronized walkout by Kiana Joseph and Hayley Matthews. They do exactly the same thing in time. Marizanne Cap, good last game, dismissed Kiana Joseph, and they spoke about the plans. Let's see what the plans are today.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, isn't it? Right hand, left hand batters. They start off the same way and they end the same way. That really is amazing. It's almost a reflection, one from the other.
Joseph, left-handed batter, almost as though she wants to emulate her captain, and why not with all that she's achieved?
I wonder if the captain wants to emulate her, given the start that she's gotten.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see just how Hayley Matthews goes about her innings today with such a small score. Kiana Joseph will play one way, but does Hayley Matthews take more responsibility to back through the innings to make sure her side gets across the line? Oof. Low craze for a catch, but she's off with a boundary.
Yeah, not exactly where she intended. She saw the width and the length, flayed her bat at it. And in the power play, you're going to have those gaps where you can score the boundaries. So she too is off the mark with a 4.
Three people behind point on the offside. 3 people behind square. Short third, a backward point, conventional, and then another backward point. And it's because Hayley Matthews is so strong through that offside. Yeah, just 4 from the second, 12 without loss. In pursuit of 114 to win West Indies. Excellent bowling display led by Afi Fletcher, 2 for 13 from her 4. West Indies off to a good start, 12 without loss after 2. Mazabata class into the attack. Starts with a wide delivery. You think a forced change. Laba went for 8 runs in her first over. Class was excellent in that first ODI that she played. 42 wickets. She's been around for a very long time. Just played the 67 T20 internationals.
And a clear plan from her wrong the wicket straight away to the left-handed Kiana Joseph, because they don't want to allow her to free her arms. And I suspect for the right-handed Hayley Matthews, she'll come the conventional over the wicket. And her 2 fielders in the deep for Matthews, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. You know the importance of this pair.
And you suspect the plan to Kiana Joseph in particular was perhaps influenced by the mode of dismissal in that last game. And Fulvert spoke about the fact that it was a plan coming from her lead bowler Marizanne Cap around the wicket, tucking Kiana Joseph up and asking her to take on the shorter delivery. Hayley Matthews herself has been bounced out a number of times on this tour. Has been frustrating for her because she's normally very good at playing those shorter deliveries. crunch, but well fielded by Anne-Marie Dirksen at backward point.
Yeah, when you're defending this sort of total, you need the support in the field. A little bit of an awkward bounce at the very last moment. Every run saved will help towards the cause.
Wide again. But that ball seemed to have started outside our stump. Yeah, this is the catch we were just talking about. Pulled into the leg side, and yeah, this ball caught Chloe for sure. It was an excellent reflex catch on the boundary. Just look at how quickly it gets to her. Yeah, what a take. Yeah, this is the area many teams plan to bowl at Hayley Matthews. They try to take her strength away and ask her to score as many runs as possible, if she can, through the leg side. Where she's gotten better is just that balance. In the initial stages of her career, she was falling over to the offside. Now she's keeping that head a bit still. A change of field, deep backward square comes into the circle. Mid-on goes back, so perhaps a fuller length. Yeah, fuller it is, slower, and just falls short of Laura Volvart.
I heard a story, Shakira, just as you were mentioning that about Hayley Matthews and trying to let us score leg side. I heard a story about Sir Viv. He was very strong leg side, and the Australian team decided to take him off stump, have him score offside. And you know what happened? He became an offside player as well. So he was brilliant offside and brilliant leg side, and they just didn't know how to stop him thereafter. $16 without loss.
Just another 98 runs required by the West Indies. Key for them is this partnership between Joseph and Matthews. Loud appeal. Could it be going over? Yeah, going over, says the umpire. Perhaps a bit too high.
Yeah, long sort of stay from Marizanne Cap. Short delivery. Height would be the only question mark there for the umpire. Exaggerated appeal, not going in her favor.
Yeah, first delivery of this over. Loads appeal from Marizanne Cap. Yeah, probably took her on the tight pad. Yeah, that's the reason the umpire felt it was just going over the stumps.
Right, first time Cap to Kiana Joseph. She has a similar feel to the first T20I. Wonder if lightning can strike twice.
Wait.
Yeah, strong breeze blowing from east to west. So a few times the bills have just dropped off. Yeah, clever, clever. Different plan to start with, hoping to catch her on the back foot or maybe stuck on the crease. Draws the hands. Really good from the experienced Marizan Cap. Did carry through to the wicketkeeper as well.
She'll have that dismissal in the back of her mind and know where those two fielders are deep.
Certainly, Cat will also be aware that this is a different surface as well. She would have seen the way Jazara Claxton in particular bowl on this surface, so she'll trust seam up, hope for enough movement to get Kiana Joseph.
You just feel with Kiana Joseph, if you bowl a couple dot deliveries, you just string them together, she's going to try something. And understandably so as well, in the power play, you want to capitalize on the field restrictions, but those calculations, they must be spot on. Change in field now. Deep mid wicket, the fine leg comes into the inner circle. It's been a good over, just a single from it so far. Can she close it off?
Yeah, stroke nicely between the fielder, extra cover and mid-off. A boundary to end the fourth. 21 wicket loss.
Driven firmly from Kiana Joseph. Gets into the gap and it runs away because of the power behind the shot.
Even Stevens after 4 overs.
And in the other previous matches, West Indies have been better in this phase. They've just lost wickets, but they haven't so far.
She's got the field set. That short ball, we heard Shakira Selman mention Hayley Matthews falling to a few shorter deliveries across this series.
It really does come down to strengths and weaknesses and knowing when to play to your strength, when to not allow the opposition to counter your weakness.
Scamper, a quick one in the end. Looks like it hit the back of the helmet of Joseph as well. Means that concussion protocol will have to come into play now.
Yeah, played the pull shot and missed it completely, but there was also a run-out chance and got there in the end.
Looked as if it could have been extremely tight had it been a direct hit. Thankfully for Joseph, she's not only got helmet, she's got a lot of hair as well back there. Maybe actually more so the hair than the helmet. But it's here, this moment, had it been on target, a mile wide, they would say.
Yeah, sort of just dipped the bat. But as you mentioned, a better throw might have been a different decision. You know, in the West Indians, you don't want to mess with our hairstyles.
Well, I know the physio Angelica out there in the middle. Is she in charge of the hair as well? Look at how the innings has progressed so far. The West Indies, they would take this, an innings in which they've not lost the wicket as yet, an innings in which Kiana Joseph has looked controlled. Hayley Matthews, you would say, has gotten a start as well. You would say that they're well on their way to that 114. Looking to go big, maybe Matthews, still in the power play. Not getting the type of connection that she wanted.
Much more control in the shot from Matthews. And you can always just see her twitch that left arm, that left shoulder that is heavily strapped. Which is possibly why she doesn't really want to play those pull shots.
Word that I used when I was going through that package that we saw earlier in terms of highlights was controlled. She looks a little more controlled today, Stacey. I don't know your thoughts.
Yeah, I think if you look at both batters, just how they've approached this innings. There has been a lot of control in their shot selection.
Pace off to bring us to the end of 5:26 without loss.
And just elaborate on that control from these two out in the middle. 113 and they're chasing. And the previous match was 180 something plus, so 83 plus. So for them, it's this is the type of game that they want to see their way through. 88 from 90 required.
Made a good
and South Africa deciding to stick with Marizanne Kapp because they want a breakthrough.
I was actually reading a stat recently as it pertained to Marizanne Kapp, and it was talking about the wickets that she picks up within the power play phase since 2023. Roughly about 70% of her wickets comes in this power play phase. Gets it through Matthews. That is class on display, and that is a boundary.
Yeah, to the dislike of the bowler. She's just so brilliant. Hayley Matthews playing through the offside. Yeah, just gets into position, uses the pace, the narrowest of width from Marizanne Kapp. Yeah, 3 fielders on that ring, and she's able to get through.
Three deliveries left in the power play. What is Kiana Joseph thinking here? She's thinking maximize, or she's thinking continue to be measured? Wait on that ball to be mine.
Yeah, this is good from Kiana Joseph. It's in that area, but she refuses to go up and over. Rolls the wrist over. We have to try to beat that short, fine leg fielder. So it's good awareness.
Slower delivery, but even in that, when you look at the shot played, you use the word thinking. I think that she's truly thinking today, Stacey.
Yeah, playing the situation. The crowd run rate's 5.79 and the current run rate is 5.49, so there's no need to lose a wicket here. There's no need to do anything rash.
Ball's well safe. Power play completed. West Indies 33 without loss.
Yeah, 33 off the power play. South Africa with 31 without loss, so neck and neck for these two teams. West Indies has their opening pair, 15 each. Good partnership building.
Thick edge on that one from Matthews and should be able to get two.
.112 matches, best of 4 for 15 in the first T20. Didn't pick up any wickets, just 23 runs from her overs.
Lyrics to the national anthem of Barbados can be found in the second verse, if my mind serves me correctly. Inspired, exulting, free. Chloe Trayon into her first over of this match.
Yeah, this is excellent from this pair, just rotating the strike. 5 runs already from the over.
Seven gone, 38 without loss.
A responsible innings so far from this opening pair. No wickets yet for the South African bowlers, but the economy rate for Maba has been expensive.
Four bowlers used so far, and add one more now. Ayabonga Kaka into the attack now. deceptive in pace, deceptive in taking pace off as well. What does she go to in this over?
And she replaces Marizanne Kapp. And again, just that deception is where Matthews will have to be just a bit of concern, because she's hitting into the leg side, into the wind. It's Kiana Joseph on strike now. And she'll be going with the wind.
They're putting this here because they're trying to get me to sing the national anthem of Barbados. As we loyal sons and daughters all do hereby make it known, these fields and hills beyond recall are now our very own. Oh, I talked it, not sang it.
Well, you've got to be able to represent, Joel. We are in your part, we are in your neck of the woods.
It would have been embarrassing if I could not sing the lyrics to my national anthem. Oh, look at that flag fluttering in the wind. Oh, the colors. Beautiful, Stacey. I love it. You must hear the national anthem when it's played by the police force band. It is a symphony. It is art. The edge, and catch taken. First wicket down. Partnership broken.
Yeah, Bonga Kaka making the breakthrough. A slow delivery into the leg side, but comes off the shoulder of Kiana Joseph, but almost a collision between the wicket keeper. And she goes for 17 from 21. West Indies lose their first on 41.
A well-deserved drink for Ayabonga Kaka after picking up that first one. And now in the middle, the debutante, Shanisha Hector. And pace off, we said look for pace off from Ayabonga Kaka. Threw the shot too early. And an easy catch being taken in the end. Masabata Class, the one taking it.
Joel, usually they'd say wicket keepers, they are safe to hands because they've got the extra gloves on, but in that case where both players were sort of converging for the catch, I think Masabata Class had a better sighting.
Batting at 3, Shanisha Hector, not where we might have predicted she might have come in this batting order. And we're wondering if it is for this, not necessarily calling it a pinch hitter, but someone who's going to accelerate the scoring at this stage. What is going through her mind, Stacey?
Yeah, they are unaware of what she does as a batter, Shanisha Hector. So for her, it's probably just to get some quick runs here. It's the end of 8, 41 for 4.
Good opening stand of 41 between Matthews and Joseph. And the introduction of Ayabonga Kaka bringing a much-needed breakthrough for South Africa. Defending just 114 wickets are the order of the day here. Lava bowled 1 over for her 8. Opened the bowling with Marizanne Kapp. Bowl now to Hayley Matthews, playing her 50th Women's T20 International today as captain. Incredible player, a global star. Wherever she goes around the world, she performs well. She performs well for her team, but huge responsibility so often on her shoulders. And in the series, looking at some bright young stars that are coming up, rising up in West Indies cricket. To rebuild. No opportunity in the 50-over World Cup this year, but there's a Women's T20 World Cup taking place in England next year. And so a couple of stars getting an opportunity, like Hector. Oh! How close was that?
Yeah, they can't believe this missed the stumps. Ray Small from Lava. Unbelievable, she's saying. Yeah, probably just a little bit of nerves to get her first T20 runs, Shanisha Hector. I heard Hayley Matthews say at the toss how aggressive she is as a batter. She's going to look to go push on with the scoring. Just unable to find her timing on this surface.
4 dot balls in a row. You can hear them say wicket here. One from the over, 9 gone, 42 for 1. We talk about Hayley Matthews and just the responsibility she's shouldered for so many years. I'm just loving the young stars that have come through. Rihanna Grimman, Janelia Glasgow, Jazara Claxton, and Shanisha Hector being asked to come up the order, show us your power striking abilities. Applying just a little bit of pressure now. 22 balls since the last boundary. Here's Ayabonga Kaka. Leading edge into some space. We've seen that throughout the match. All just holding in the surface.
Yeah, suggestions that there's still some moisture below this surface. Remember, because of the rain around, the ground staff took some time to finish preparing this pitch. It just means scoring all the more difficult. Yeah, another waft from Shanisha Hector. And another narrow miss. Just wonder if Hayley Matthews is asking her to just get a single. Yeah, as we see young Audie on screen. He's pleased with the position that West Indies are in, and he's saying, yes, mommy, you did well.
Yeah, she did well. She kept it tight, picked up crucial wickets too. And as Affy Fletcher always says, I play for my son.
Yeah, waving that flag.
Protection on the boundary. If she found the gap, that would have been 4. They'll think South Africa, if they can get Hayley Matthews out and start asking questions of the rest of the batters to come. It's not easy for the new batter coming in. So Matthews really is the key here in a low-scoring run chase.
Yeah, they'll also think, just keep pushing the run rate up. It's now closer to 7. Perhaps you can then put pressure on West Indies.
Struck that straight down the ground again. Just a single. Last 30 balls, 21 for 1. Clark has done well coming in, picked up a wicket off her first over, and now 4 singles. Can she avoid the boundary to end this 10th over? Five from the over, halfway stage of the West Indies innings. It's a 47 for 1. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. West Indies 47 for 1 after 10 overs. At the same stage, South Africa was 60 without loss. Not without loss. They had lost a few wickets, but had got 60 in the first 10. West Indies, though, starting off the run chase. Yana Joseph teed off in style.
Yeah, certainly fairly measured by the West Indies, but they've taken the boundaries when they were on offer. Classy drive by Kiana Joseph. And then Haley Matthews get as ever through the offside until this happened. Kiana Joseph looking to work one on the leg side. Good catch by Matabata Class in the end after being on-sighted. Ayabonga Kaka with that breakthrough.
5 bowlers used by South Africa. The one breakthrough going to Ayabonga Kaka. And Joseph, of course, by Class. 17 off 21. The equation, West Indies looking for 67 more runs to win and square the series heading into the final game tomorrow. Keep this partnership going. As they're saying, Hector, an opportunity to show what she has on her debut, Women's T20 International. That was a very animated conversation with Coach Mandla Mashimbi during the Blue Waters drinks break.
History being made here at the 3Ws Oval. First senior internationals being played at this ground. And the ground named after Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weekes and Sir Clyde Walcott, legends of the game, greats of that first generation.
What a generation it was. We still talk about it, even those of us who didn't see them play. We always hear the wonderful stories, and it's great to be here. I was with the young generation yesterday, the Barbados Royals Girls Cricket Club. I spent some time at their training session. Everyone wanting to be the next Hayley Matthews. I spoke to them about some of the under-19 stars coming through and the opportunities there, but excellent work being done at the Barbados Royals Girls Cricket Club. What I love about it, the inclusive environment, boys and girls playing together, understanding the basics of the game. And of course, they'll rise up to the young gems. Nicely struck. And wonderful fielding from Tasman Brits. That had 4 written all over it.
Yeah, saved a certain 3 runs. This was crunched ferociously in front of square by Shanisha Hector. And what timing, what effort, what commitment on the boundary from Tasman Brits. Both teams have been excellent in the field today, especially the outfielders.
Spots on the names that you know there, Shakira. Wonderful on his board. Great legacy of West Indies cricket. An iconic facility, for sure. That's exactly what South Africa were looking for, and Masabata Class responds. A good sharp catch from the captain, Laura Wolfart. Brings wicket number 2.
And again, it's pace off into the surface. Another batter threw the shot way too early. Yeah, slapping it in front, but Wolfart is so good when it's that close to her. Good from Masabata Class. Good from South Africa. The pressure building. Shanisha Hector has to go for 3 on debut. 50 for 2.
Jermaine Campbell replaces the debutante Shanisha Hector. An experienced campaigner, someone who will be good in this scenario. Need to rotate strike, and this is why she's there.
Just wonder if that was a knuckleball. It seemed to be from the grip. Yeah, but really good adjustment. Yeah, an excellent catch. She had to time that dive to perfection, Wolfart.
Struck firmly down the ground. It's racing towards the boundary. Good start from Campbell.
Whoa. Just whoa. We haven't seen any other batter get started in this manner on this surface. And Jermaine Campbell looks as though she has summed it up. She knows exactly just how to play on a surface as such. Yeah, just too full from Masabata Class on that occasion.
The 8 from the over, and Campbell will know they don't want to give another wicket to South Africa. This is an opportunity to build this partnership and take them as deep as possible, get as close as possible to that target of 114. Nine from the over, 56 for 2. High run rate 6.44 for West Indies. They've got wickets in hand. The captain is out there in the middle alongside Jermaine Campbell. A must-win game for West Indies. keep the series alive. So we try on now.
Yeah, West Indies will want to continue to keep taking over. South Africa, though, they need one of these two out.
So tough for South Africa, especially when Brits was dismissed. 6 boundaries in their entire innings. West Indies already have 6 boundaries. Nicely played. Wonderfully timed for 4. Make that boundary number 7.
Yeah, second time in succession she's missed her length, Chloe Trayon. But Matthews, who's been in for 32 deliveries now, isn't going to miss out. Stays leg side of the ball. Yeah, opens up the offside, crisply driven all along the carpet.
Again, she struck this really nicely for back-to-back 4s. Oh, this is a good over so far for West Indies. 10 from the over so far.
Yeah, the benefit of biding your time. Couple of things on that occasion. She's gone over the wicket, Trayon, which means with the angle it goes across Hayley Matthews, making it easier for her to curve it through the offside. And also on a slow surface that is way too short. Gives her way too much time. Yeah, that one a bit fuller.
That required run rates come down to under 6. A couple of boundaries. Transfers the pressure back onto South Africa.
I just want to vote this angle. It seems a defensive angle when bowling to Hayley Matthews because the ball is likely to end up on off stump. Need a wicket.
Quick single. Hayley Matthews gets the dive in. 11 from the over, 12 gone, 67 for 2.
Grimmond, she's padded up now, and this was earlier, just a bit winded from that effort. You can't fault it because that's the type of effort that you're looking for. And because of that, just batting a little further down the order today. Seems to be in good spirits. No, though. Ah, there she is sitting up. Ah, yeah, thumbs up. Oh, yes. She not only mentioned how much she enjoys fielding, but she also mentions hearing the sound of the ball off of her bat, Samuel Badri, and watching it go to the boundary as well. She'll be hoping that she can maybe do that today.
I'd really love to see that. I can relate to, I know of what she's speaking about, Joel, but the sound of the bat ball going to the boundary, yeah, that's not within my knowledge base. But yeah, certainly a good young player coming through. In the air, taken a simple catch, really against the run of play. Very soft dismissal for Shemaine Campbell. South Africa back in it.
Using the feet, she's looked to get down the wicket on a few occasions and just turning the back face too early. And the simplest of catches accepted by the captain, Laura Walworth. Campbell, she goes for 7, 70 for 3. Chanel Henry in the middle now. Didn't have the best of times when we think about that first T20I. Got herself a 26 from 32. Didn't look herself in the middle. What can she do today? Starts flatter to her. There's a Mlaba.
Very well flighted. Quite loopy. That sort of is the modus operandi today for the spinners. 500 runs in this format for Henry with that last single. And there's the variation to go with it from Mlaba. Very skillful and cunning. 72 for 3.
Needed from 42. Will it be a super Sunday for the West Indies, or in South Africa find themselves going 2 up? Cap is back to bowl her last. Well, another family has joined us here at the 3Ws Oval. We've seen families with flags and now families with feathers. Oh, you've got to love all the families.
That's what Sunday is about, isn't it?
I'm thinking about food, and Badri, and rice and chicken really taste good on a Sunday.
You can't say that, Joel. You just welcome the family to the cricket, and now you're thinking about dining. That's not right. They're just here to enjoy the cricket. Why would you look to disrupt the family?
After composing myself, Samuel Badri, I'm back. And so is Cap. Seems there's something maybe flew into the eye or something of that nature. tries to go big, just short. We talked about her not truly getting that timing in that first T20. Signs of it again here.
Yeah, just stands her ground after she plays the shot. Just there, and she's almost run out at the non-striker's end from long on. I wonder if she had really connected, if she would clear the boundary, given the fact that she's hitting into the wind from that end. Perhaps take it on from the other. You can see from the t-shirts there how strong that wind factor is.
Opts to pull out of that one. There's Hayley Matthews, and one added to the total for the wide, also one above the shoulder.
Field spread on the leg side. 3 fielders on the boundary, so that's the plan.
It's been a different type of innings today from Hayley Matthews, but in the context of the game, Samuel, you might think that this is what's required.
Yeah, absolutely. They started the innings with under a run a ball, under 6 runs and over required. So you expected Hayley to take that sort of responsibility and look to bat through the innings. But she would need support on the other end, as you'd expect. Really playing a captain's innings, but still 38 from 37, so this might just turn out to be a low-scoring thriller unless Henry connects a few.
Cat completes her spell, 14 bowled, 77 for 3. One over left to complete the spell of Mlaba. She picks up a wicket in her final over, her second, and it's the big one, Chanel Henry. because of this. Chanel Henry going across this one, looking to take on Mlaba, and struck in front, judged in front. This game is yet alive and kicking.
Right, the new batter. She has 3 fielders offside, cutting a single, 2 fielders leg side. She was able to score quite a few runs in that third region last game. So they'll be trying to squeeze her, Joel, not allow her to get off strike and to get Haley Matthews back on. And just look to try to push that required run rate up to 7, 8, perhaps 9. Clever again from Mlaba, just that flight and that lack of pace.
Gets off the mark with that one. A look back at that Henry wicket, looking to target, let's say, that mid-wicket square leg region. One delivery left to complete her spell now. She'll look back at these figures and she'll be happy with this, with her returns today. 2 for 16 so far. She'll add 1 to that. Figures of 2 for 17 from her 4. A good day's work, you would say. 80 for 4. Nadine de Klerk to have her first goal of this match. We're wondering about the options the skipper would go to. We wondered if maybe Ayabonga Kaka might have come from that end.
And a couple to start the over. Yeah, the options that were aforementioned, Joel. And over for Class. Tryon has a couple, Kaka has a couple. The first time we're seeing de Klerk in this innings, so trying to get an over out of the way and also to see if she can pick up a wicket.
It's a bit windy out there, and we take you back to that first T20 International on Friday, where Glasgow would have picked up her first 50, that 53, and not out off of 44 deliveries. She was proud of her performance. She enjoyed the time that she spent out there in the middle, credited with the words of our team and the support of our team in being able to reach a landmark like this. Still very young in her career. The Bills don't want to seem to play cricket today, Badri.
They're not cooperating. Not the strikers in, not the non-strikers in. It's been endemic throughout this series, this tour. And even the signs are being blown away.
She's gone to pace off. That's her modus operandi so far. And it seems to be working, Samuel.
I'm a little bit concerned because she doesn't have a third on the boundary. She has two fielders backward of point, a short third backward point, and Glasgow seems to favor that area, but as you mentioned, pace off, so not altogether too risky.
Takes everything off again, and a bit of a missed field. And Hayley Matthews, maybe not aware to it, just running through the crease. Might have been dangerous thinking too.
Yeah, just overrunning there and not able to capitalize on what might have been an additional run.
Will have to bowl that one again, and might feel lucky because any bit of bat on that would have been to the right of fine leg, short fine. Can maybe think two here. And good running means that they get it. 16 gone. 87 for 4.
Love to see the back of Hayley Matthews. 4 overs to go. 0.75 to the over is what's required. Here's Kaka. This field allows a single.
This is good for West Indies, the captain, is still out in the middle. Haley Matthews, she has a strike rate of 97.78. Not the usual over 100 we're accustomed seeing, but she's playing the situation.
Yeah, spot on, Stacey. It's so important for her to be there, to lead and show this team that ability to square the series and make it all to play for tomorrow. Yeah, pace off throughout this game has made it really difficult. 29 balls since the last boundary. Both teams have found it difficult in that middle period. From a South African perspective, losing Tasman Brits has been the mainstay throughout both white ball series. Put pressure on the rest of the batters.
How often have you seen for South Africa a lower order batter as top scorer? Henry Dirksen with 21 in that first innings.
Tasman Brits out for lowest score in the tour so far today. We're out for 14. Lower order resistance, but really the pressure that West Indies put on South Africa kept breaking partnerships as they were rebuilding. Not as tidy in the field as they were in the opening game, South Africa.
Yeah, good awareness from Matthews, and Glasgow played into the offside, but the fielder just missed field. Matthews was backing up quite high, so able to get the single.
Again, what's been really good about West Indies today is just how well they've rotated strike. They've found the gaps, they've put pressure on South Africa's fielders. Strike on 47, Matthews.
Even though it's been 32 deliveries since a boundary has been hit, they've been able to rotate the strike. They've been able to get twos to keep that run rate in play.
Six from the over, 93 for 4.
21 needed from 18. West Indies will think that they're in the driver's seat because their captain is out in the middle. Glasgow's heroics in the last match. She's out in the middle with her skipper, so they'll think they have the best chance.
One more runs needed by West Indies to square the series. And Captain Haley Matthews has been the key to them staying on track on a surface that hasn't been easy for run scoring, especially for the new batter. Here's Masabata class now, 3 overs, 1 for 17.
Here you look at the comparisons just a while ago, and the only thing that really stands out is the wickets. South Africa lost 7 in this phase. 6 at this stage, whilst West Indies, they've only lost 4, which is a good sign for them.
Yeah, there was a passage of play where South Africa lost 3 for 10. It's those little batting collapses the coach will be mindful for. Have a look at how can we rebuild better? How can we avoid those collapses? Who will take the leadership role in that period, especially when the likes of Brits and Wolfart and Kapp are out? A couple of youngsters in the team as well. Liane Smith playing in only her 2nd game.
And then when you check the partnerships for South Africa, the opening partnership 30 from 30 between Brits and Wolfart. The next recognized partnership was 34 between Dirksen and Miso, and that was down the order. So from a West Indies perspective, not allowing them to build those partnerships, but from South Africa's perspective, that's where they've been good in the previous matches. Constantly building partnerships because Tasman Brits was in the middle.
Yeah, quite blustery conditions here at the moment. Very overcast. What's really good about Tasman Brits and how she batted in that opening encounter is her shot options, her use of the feet, and it almost felt like the South African batters today struggled to find options against someone like Affie Fletcher, who bowled so well, 15 dot balls in her spell. Those sustained periods often brought wickets, and that's the reason why they struggled to get away.
I think for the West Indian bowlers, they were able to vary their pace and bowl to a plan. Affie Fletcher was exceptional with her bowling efforts. Yeah, she's relaxing now.
She's allowed to. Nothing like a little eye shut for a bit. She probably says, "You've got it under control, Captain." There's the arms, there's protection on the boundary, just a single.
I also think the bowling plan to Janila Glasgow has been just a bit off for South Africa. They've given her a bit of width, and she loves scoring once there's width on offer.
A new generation, bunch of multitaskers, one eye on the cricket, one eye on the game. Trying to prevent the second run, and got the breakthrough. Oh no, says Nadine de Klerk, I've done all the hard work. That could very well have been wicket number 5.
Yeah, she did well to get around the ground to collect, and yeah, just missed it, class. How could you?
That would have made things very interesting. Matthews on 49. 50th Women's T20 International as captain. What a time to stand up for your team. Seventh wide of the innings. The throw was good. It was all there for the taking. Klaas got the bails off, but she dropped the ball. Disappointment from de Klerk. Africa fighting to the end here, but Matthews has stood in their way. Quick single. And that's 50 for Hayley Matthews. And what a time to stand up for her team in her 50th Women's T20 International as captain. She raises her 18th time in this format. 98 for 4.
The 50th match as captain for Hayley Matthews, and brings it up with the 50 with the bat in hand. She's also been exceptional with ball.
A good all-round effort. And led the troops well. Ball in hand. 16 required. That's some strike from the captain. 6 runs appreciated by the dugout.
Yeah, the first 6 of the innings, courtesy the bat of the West Indian skipper. That was crunched.
Put herself in pole position for player of the match with that innings that she's played so easily. Could have gone out early and put the rest of the batters under pressure. Lots of young players in this team. She's taken control. She's had good all-round performance also with the ball. One for 15 for Matthews to go with this 18th half century. She's really been the standout player for West Indies today. Yeah, South Africa will look back at this match and think about that innings and how they went about it, how many dot balls they faced, how tough it was for the new batter to come in. So they certainly needed a couple more contributions in those middle period. Straight to the fielder. She had given up to Matthews.
Living the luck. She had given up. Driven firmly, but realized that it was just too hard to the fielder. Matabasa class needed a direct hit. Yeah, kicking herself.
They're trying to get through this over quickly. They are slightly behind the rate.
Yeah, the Beals dropping hasn't exactly helped them either.
Ongakaka, she has a minute to get through his last 2 deliveries. Bales not playing ball at the moment.
The Beals has dropped now on either end with 2 deliveries to go.
There's certainly some weather about. It's very overcast now. Yeah, Matthews wants to get this over and done with. And that's racing towards the boundary for 4. Excellent shot from the captain.
Yeah, an excellent shot from Hayley Matthews. He makes the adjustments, gets across to the offside, but instead of going leg side, opens up the scoring on the off. Glorious.
12 from the over. Just 4 runs needed now for victory. "13 from the over, 1-1-1 for 4.
An expensive over for Maya Bongakaka. 13 runs from that over. Good to see a 6 and 4 2 boundaries by the West Indian skipper. And they now need another 3 from 6.
Matthews says to Glasgow, just hang around with me. This is a good partnership. 34 from 31, just easing them to victory. Nadine de Klerk to bowl the final over of this match. The clouds are rolling in here. West Indies just 3 away. Looked away on the leg side. 163. Stefani Taylor, the only other West Indies women's captain to score a 50 against South Africa in T20 internationals. At 63 in Johannesburg in 2016. Hayley Matthews, 63 from 56 at the moment. She talked about little things didn't go their way in the opening game. Today, all those areas seem to click in their favour. Wickets in the power play. And they kept plugging away, restricting South Africa to 113 for 6. Up and over. Janelia Glasgow gets the boundary, and West Indies win by 6 wickets. First win in the format since January against Bangladesh, and it's be a confidence-boosting return to victory.
They're leveling the series, and the crowd who are in support, who came out on a Sunday, and they're happy with the result. And Captain Hayley Matthews leading the way with 63 from 56. She knew the importance of being there. She knew that 113 was much more gettable for her team today. Once she's out there, she's the key player.
Yeah, 5 fours and a 6 in that exceptional innings from Hayley Matthews, striking at over 112. It showed how important it is for an experienced player to do what she's done. We saw a couple of soft dismissals. Matthews has stayed there right until the end. They square the series, and it's all to play for tomorrow in the final encounter.
It was an excellent start from the West Indians to restrict South Africa to 113. Exceptional stuff from the spinners, the medium pacers. They picked up wickets at crucial points, and then being able to chase it in 19.2 overs.
The disappointed South African team. Emma Wolfhard said if she won the toss, she would have batted first as well. Key for West Indies is removing Tasman Britsoli and getting out for her lowest score of the tour so far. After that, South Africa had no answer to West Indies' effort, both at the ball and in the field. Chasing 114 to win. Hayley Matthews top scoring with 63, and a valuable partnership between her and Janelia Glasgow, 39 of 33, taking West Indies to a 6-wicket win and their first against South Africa after 4 consecutive losses in the format.
Mlaba stands out with 2 for 17 from her 4 with 13 dot balls, as well as Maritzan Camp, who just had the same 13 dot balls with no wickets, 1 apiece for Klaas and Kaka. They couldn't hold out the West Indies in the end.
Confirmation of today's result. West Indies win by 6 wickets. Level the 3-match series 1-1, with tomorrow's game set for a cracking finish of the series. South Africa lost the first game of the ODI series and have been on a winning streak, but they've been stopped here by West Indies in the second T20 International to keep the series alive ahead of tomorrow's final game of the series. This was the winning moment of the bat of Janelia Glasgow, hitting the boundary and the victory. And celebrations all round.
Welcome back to the 3Ws Oval here in Barbados. We just witnessed a victory for the home team, West Indies, leveling the series 1 apiece, a victory by 6 wickets for them. So welcome to the end of match presentation ceremony of this second T20 International. West Indies up against South Africa. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of this series who have made this possible: CG United, Betcage, Blue Waters, Courts, Macron and Coca-Cola. It's my pleasure now to introduce the player of the match for this one, and it's none other than the West Indies captain, Hayley Matthews, for her splendid knock. She will receive her award by Mr. Stephen Leslie, Manager, Marketing and Communications, Barbados Cricket Association. Congratulations once again, Hayley, 18th half century, true captain's knock. Let's deal with that innings firstly. Also a wicket for you, but the batting. What were your thought processes in that chase of 114?
Yeah, well, I think we were only chasing 113. However, it was quite a difficult wicket to bat on. So I felt like I just really wanted to give myself a chance early and get set at the crease and I guess kind of be the stabilizer throughout the innings.
So I suppose the message for the other batters was to try to take it on whilst you solidified the base for the team?
Yeah, I think we had a few players coming like Shanisha Hector, who had a clear role of kind of just going at it a bit harder. But yeah, look, I think for me, I really just wanted to stay till the end of the innings. I knew if I was there at the end, we would have had a really good chance of winning, and the other girls were able to come in and support me.
Yeah, it was the slowest of your 1850s to date. Conditions warranted that type of approach as well as with the score you're chasing.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like you said, the conditions, the wicket was a bit slow and probably hard to find the timing. But at the same time as well, only chasing 113, I wanted to make sure that I was at the crease.
Yeah, quite unlike you not to receive a Player of the Award so far, the match award so far. Today you sort of corrected that. Let's go back to the bowling then. The spinners picked up 5 wickets for 53 runs, including yourself in some 12 overs. How good were they?
Yeah, it was great to see. I think we had some very long meetings with some discussions about plans and what we wanted to execute, and I think the girls, including the pacers, everyone really came out today with much stronger plans, we were able to execute them really well, which was great to see.
Yeah, the first victory for you guys against this opposition in 4 meetings now after losing 4 in a row. What pleased you the most about this victory?
I think just our comeback. They would obviously gotten 180 odd last match and probably smashed us about a bit. And we knew we had a lot to correct with the ball, and I think the fight that we showed with the ball, executing our plans, but also the way we went about it in the field too, making sure that we starved them of any easy boundaries.
Congratulations once again, Haley. Series locked at 1 apiece. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you.
Captain of the West Indies team, Haley Matthews there, no doubt will be very pleased with the team's effort today. Laura Wolvat now has joined me. Commiserations, Laura, on the result today. Tell me about that batting effort. We spoke at the toss about how good you guys have been with the bat. It was a little bit underwhelming today.
Yeah, a bit of a tough wicket to bat on today. Probably didn't assess early enough. Probably needed that player like Haley to just bat through the innings and kind of hold everything together. Could have pushed 130 then, I think. And yeah, got to commend the bowlers for taking it so deep in that second half, with them only needing 113. But yeah, just a little too little at the end.
So if you had an opportunity again with the bat, what perhaps you guys could have done differently?
Perhaps identify a bit earlier that it's a bit of a tough wicket to bat on. Rotate, have that one batter just batting through. Yeah, and holding the innings together while everyone else bats around them.
The rains are about to come down, so very quickly, game tomorrow, series on the line here. What would be the message to your troops as you go into the dressing room?
Yeah, very exciting series decider. I think reflect on what we did bad this game, maybe not looked into it too much. Just talk about those low 1%ers and come back full of energy tomorrow.
Commiserations once again today. All the best in that series decided tomorrow.
Thank you.
South African captain Laura Wolvat there, just a little bit disappointed with her team's effort today, but this is how things panned out today. The second T20I, South Africa was sent in yet again, got 113 for 6. Fletcher was good, Ramarak was similarly good. The West Indies in reply, well, they got 116 for 4, a couple deliveries to spare, and a win for them by 6 wickets. The series level at 1 apiece. We'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll have some analysis of this one.
We've reached the end of the second T20 International. South Africa, they were sent into bat and reached 113 for 6 in their 20 overs. And in reply, West Indies women, led by their captain, Hayley Matthews, got over the line and with 4 balls to spare, 116 for 4, winning this by 6 wickets and leveling the 3-match series 1 apiece. A pleasure to have Shakira Selman alongside of me. You see you waving, Shakira. You're smiling and you're happy at the result. Let's begin to look through the bowling side of things.
Yeah, West Indies really pegged the South Africans back with this big wicket of Laura Vilvoort in the power play, and then this Marizanne cap never got going. 2 down in the power play, just 31 for 2 it was, and then this you think was the game changer. After Fletcher dismissing Tasman Brits for just 14 runs, and it was Fletcher again. She was excellent today. Got Nadine de Klerk after a short stare. Then it was Karishma Ranrat who joined the wicket takers, getting rid of Miania Smith. Chloe Tryon never got going, and it really became very difficult for them to put a formidable total on the board.
Yeah, Fletcher and Ramarak stood out with ball. I want to spend a bit of time on Afi Fletcher here. What was different about her approach today, Shakira, for you?
Yeah, you heard Hayley Matthews speak about the plans that they had after extended meetings, and you can see the plans coming to fruition in this game today. And of course, her son Audie is proud of her. She got 2 wickets, but not only did she get 2 wickets, she was able to bowl with lots more control today. She bowled a lot slower, and she bowled a wider line, which paid the difference. It really paid dividends for her today. She bowled a lot wider and asked them to fetch the ball from wide of off stump and slog it onto the leg side against the wing.
Yeah, something that you mentioned is that pushing that ball wider is something that you were hoping to see from her, and it proved to be effective today. Something else that was effective was Hayley Matthews, a different type of innings from her today. I'll let you walk us through what you liked about what she did today with the bat.
Yeah, really, it was responsible. It was responsible. A real captain's knot. And she knew on the surface as such it was going to be a tricky chase. So she felt it was important for her to stay there until the very end if they were going to get across the line. Taught the other batters through the innings and also be the one to finish the game with a few lusty blows. She took her time. It was measured. It was responsible. And all hats must be taken off to Hayley Matthews because it's her slowest T20 international 50, but she knew it was important that they square the series today, and she was key.
When we think about the South African side of things now, what do you think is the conversation for them? A coach who is into his first T20 international series with the side, 1 win, 1 loss. Maybe what's the conversation between him and the captain Laura there, as we're seeing now?
Yeah, first he will be worried about the fact that no one was able to stand up without the presence of the openers. The previous game, Laura Vilvoort was dismissed early, but Tasman Brits was there to talk the other batters through and to really take charge of the innings. On this occasion, they lost them both early. So it became a challenge for the younger batters and the more inexperienced batters to step up and try to navigate their way through a difficult surface. He will be pressured about that. He will hope that they will come better later on, but he'll also be talking about a way to dismiss Hayley Matthews, to stop her from scoring those boundaries through the offside, but also to limit her and perhaps put more pressure on her and then the lower order of the West Indies.
It's so interesting that from a West Indian perspective, they're looking to remove Hayley Matthews in terms of South Africa. From a West Indian side of things, they're looking to remove Tasman Brits, and it worked for them. How will things work out in match number 3? Well, only time will tell, but here's how things played out today. Dirksen, she stood out with the bat at 21, not out from 17, helped them to have a fighting chance in this one, South Africa, but in the end proved not to be enough because of the bat of Hayley Matthews. Standout and a star. West Indies women by 6 wickets, and that series now leveled at 1 apiece. There's just 1 more match to go. Who takes it all? That match will be playing tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. We join you live from 1:45. It's West Indies women taking on South Africa women. That's it from us here at the 3Ws Oval. You see it there. The women of the West Indies, they won by 6 wickets. It's good night and goodbye. the second T20 International between West Indies women and South Africa women is happening right here at the 3Ws Oval.